almost heaven. West Virginia, Blue Ridge Mountains, Shenandoah River. Life is all there, older than the trees, younger than the mountains, blowing like the breeze. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads, all my memories gather round her. Miner's lady, stranger to blue water, dark and dusty, painted on the sky. Misty taste of moonshine, teardrops in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. I hear a voice in the morning, now she calls me. The radio reminds me of my home far away. And driving down the road, I get a feeling that I should have been home yesterday. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home, take me home. Country road, country road, take me home, take me home. Country road, country road, take me home, take me home. Country road, country road, take me home, take me home. Country road, take me home. Country road.
To the town of our Frio rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw, loose and running, came the whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red. Many men had tried to take him, and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more, 1 in 19 more. Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was an Arizona ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He came here to take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead, and he said it didn't matter, he was after Texas Red, after Texas Red. Wasn't long before the story was relayed to Texas Red. But the outlaw didn't worry men that tried before were dead. 20 men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. The morning passed so quickly it was time for them to meet. It was 20 past 11 when they walked out in the street. Folks were watching from the windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger was about to meet his death. About to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas Red had not cleared leather for a bullet fairly ripped. And the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. It was over in a moment and the folks had gathered round. There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground. Oh, he might have went on living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron. When he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
sorry, did you just say Silk Song is real? No. You elaborate on that right now. What do you mean Silk Song is real? Silk Song is never coming out. If If Silksong is coming out, Half-Life 3 can come out. If Half-Life 3 can come out, then we're living in the good timeline, and that can't be right. Explain yourself, knave! Explain yourself! Explain this to me now! I must know the answer to this! Hello everybody, by the way, welcome on in. We are going to be playing some Fallout New Vegas because I desperately want to play a little bit of Fallout. I've had the itch, and I want to scratch it. So we're going to be scratching that delicious itch, alright? We're going to be doing that. What's Silksong? Silksong is the sequel to the hit video game Hollow Knight. One of the best video games ever made, full stop, forever. Wait, no. No way. No way. No way! Let's fucking no! Golden Goat, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, baby. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome on in. Hello, my name is Cassifel. I'm your goblin hostess who's got the mostest. I'm known for thrilling you, chilling you, and fulfilling you. I am here, and I am queer, and you must get used to it because I know where you live. Welcome in, everybody. It's time to play the clip. So get feeling good, get feeling like you should. Get a shout out for our delicious, wonderful golden goat as we roll that. Here we go!
Hi there, my name's Cassifel, and you seem to have stumbled into my lair. Let me show you what we get up to here, eh? Mwah.
But no, fuck all of you. Fuck every last one of you. I'm not afraid, I'm the fucking Doomslayer, asshole. I am here to kick ass, shoot bubblegum, and light shit on fire. And once I'm done kicking your ass, I'm burning this fucking building to the ground.
Imagine. Imagine. Feed the fire.
I wish I could put caffeine on negative tips for Cassifel. I would suck them off. Wait, I mean, I would lick off the caffeine. Shut up. If I wasn't required to keep a masquerade about vampires not existing, I would drain you dry in front of everyone just to send a fucking message.
So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we do here. And I hope you have a great time. So, enjoy being here. And if you don't, remember, I'll be in your dreams and I'm gonna steal your teeth. Mwah.
And everyone, it's great to have you here. Welcome in. Big Iron time indeed. And if what you're saying is true, that means that we actually have Silksong on the way. I am going to reinstall Hollow Knight then, and I will Hollow Knight at all of you. Hollow Knight is one of my favorite games ever created. It is up there with Blasphemous for, like, it's in the same department. It's a Metroidvania-styled game. The little ghost, the knight, the little guy in Hollow Knight, the main character, is one of the most adorable and precious things I have ever seen in my entire life. And I cannot stress this enough. Hollow Knight is a perfect video game. Like, I know I say that about a lot of things, but it's because, you know, I go out of my way to enjoy, like, things that are good. And when I say Hollow Knight is a perfect video game, I mean Hollow Knight is actually unironically a perfect video game, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. This is not a trademark Cassifel hyperbole moment. This is no, Hollow Knight is a perfect video game. It is insanely good kind of thing. Look at this. And if we're getting Silksong, which is the sequel to Hollow Knight, I'm gonna lose my mind. There's no way. There's no way. Silksong has been in development for like 7 trillion years at this point. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah! It's a little bug! You're in a world full of bugs! Befriend bizarre bugs. I think you mean beautiful bugs. Fight over 140 ferocious foes! Beat them up with your nail! Yeah! The little knight! Oh! Oh, the Mantis Lords, the bow. Oh, the Mantis Lords. And there she is! Oh, Hornet was there. Hornet is the main character of Silksong. I'm very excited to see if that's going to be out. Like, for those of you who have played Half-Life, Silksong is the Hollow Knight equivalent of Half-Life 3. It is insane if that is actually going to happen. Oh, God. Barter! You can even perform this. That's not a nail. That's a daring needle. The needle is different. The needle is what Hornet uses. There she goes. But the knight uses a nail. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. But yes, I am reinstalling Hollow Knight. It is finished installing. I'm going to play some Hollow Knight soon. Actually, if you guys would like me to play Hollow Knight over New Vegas, I can do that. But right now, I have New Vegas ready. Hornet and her 50 Brazilian pages of off-brand. Yes. 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 I mean, also, I had Hollow Knight on my PS4, so I'd have to start from the beginning. Are you serious that Silksong is coming out? Like, are you not fucking with me here? Because I was all ready to get into some New Vegas. I was ready to get some Fallout in. But I will Hollow Knight right now. If all of you want me to Hollow Knight, all you need to do is chant for it, and I will appease. And then I will play New Vegas another day. That's up to you. I'm also good at that game, which is satisfying. Or I was good at that game back when I played it. What do I have here that I have not gone to yet? I'm back over at Big Mountain really quick, just to see things. Just to check things out. Local map. World map. I think I've gone to everything here. My tits are sweating something fierce. This humidity is terrible. I understand that feeling. My lord. My lord. It is definitely something. Oh, there are enemies nearby. Hold on. What do you mean there are enemies nearby? Gimme. Oh, yes. Where are you? Where are you? Come let me kill you. I would like a battle. I like a good fight. I think maybe construction drones or something. I smell loser around me. There'll be a playable demo at Gamescom? No way. We are living in a timeline I did not expect. Oh, also, I got some visual improvements to everything. I fixed some stuff that I was having problems with. Fire for all of them! And those simple visual improvements really help the way the game looks. Which makes me happy. That's another one done. Let me go ahead and get the other thing that I have, because we have beaten Dead Money. And I am going back over to the, like, the main story after this. So we've beaten Dead Money, we've beaten, Big Mountain, which is exciting. I like that a lot. I hope all of you would like that a lot, because I worked really hard at doing it. And I'm excited to go somewhere else, to do some more stuff. Hello, Raven, how you be? Where are you? You can't run from me! Aha! The Scorcher, did you know they added a weapon to Fallout 76? That's beautiful, actually. Also, when does Comic-Con happen? I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear anything either. Apparently Comic-Con is just apparently Comic-Con happened. It just flew under the radar. It just decided to occur, which is wild to me. You're good, just EP? Understandable. Carry on with being EP. Oh yes, this is what I need. So these guys have the weapon that I'm looking for. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Okay, sir? Sir! Stop with the plasma! Sir! 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 It is an unfair thing to hit me with plasma like that, okay? Rude. Stop that. Plasma's my thing. God, I can nail somebody from like 800 yards away in Fortnite. I can't do this. How did that not... There we go. It must have hit a rock. San Diego's moneymaker. It's wild, right? I don't know how I missed that. Like, at all. Oh, reloading, 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 and... Haha! Oh, we're still reloading. Shit. No, shoot him! Shoot him! Stop it! Stop being weird. You're in slow motion, but they're not. Stop it! What are we doing? No! No! Cease! Oh god. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Stop it! That was rude. That was so rude. What the fuck? Well, at least I survived, I guess. That was bullshit. Energy cells. Give me those. Plasma pistol. Yes, plasma defender. Please, yes. Energy cells. Give me some of those, too. Delicious. Yummy, yummy. Energy cell. Need those. Oh, what do we got? Everything is fine. Nothing bad is happening. Everything is fine. Wait, so last day of Comic-Con was yesterday? Really? God, how am I so out of touch with all of this? The fuck is wrong with me? I also fixed the audio problems I was having. There we are. Alright. Now let's do a little bit of repair, I guess. Proton burst thingy. Repair that. That gets rid of some weight. I came here to get a particular item, right? I came here to get something I could use to fix up some of my problems here that I'm having. But I can't find that thing. And that sucks. The only reason I found out is Buddy made a video. I don't know how I missed it because I was like all over that this year. I was trying to pay attention to it all over. I don't know what happened to me. Why am I like this? Someone explain to me where my brain keeps going wrong with these things. Because it's not right. I should be doing better. Why am I not doing better? I wanted to pay attention to all of the thingies this year. Ugh, God, you know what it was? I didn't go. If I went to Comic-Con, I would have known what Comic-Con was. Easy. I would have known right away. Plasma Defender Pistol. Is this a normal weapon in the game? Or did I mod this in on accident? I mean, there's no way to tell, because I don't remember when I do things, but still. What's in you? Bottle cap. Yeah. No. 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 Oh, combat armor. Hold on. Hold on. Give me some of that. Hold up. Apparel. Can we maintain you? That works out. Awesome. Them reading glasses. Okay. Why do I have so many pairs of these? Why do I have so many of these? I don't need those. Why do I have tainted reading glasses all over the place? What the fuck is wrong with me? What was I planning? What was past cast thinking that thought this was okay? What version of me decided this was an alright thing to do? Sometimes I look at my own choices and I am just truly perplexed as to what the fuck I was thinking while I was doing it. There's no way to tell. Not really. Like, even back then, there's no way to really tell what I was thinking. Didn't this let me leave? I go this way? Perimeter warning. I shouldn't die! My brain is good now! Whatever. Hold on. I have a thingy that can probably teleport me out of here. Big mountain transponder! Go! See, I transponded out of Big Mountain. Haha! Victory. Victory for Cass. I hope it didn't crash. If I crashed it, I would be sad. If I crashed it, I'm playing Hollow Knight. I didn't crash it. Good. Hell yeah! Wow, it's saturated out here. Look at that clear sky. Look at that. It's the sun. Oh boy. All right. Back out into the world. What was that noise? What did you make bongo noises at me? Ah, New Vegas. You know, patrolling the Mojave can make you wish for a nuclear winter. What the fuck is that? Who the fuck are you? What do you want? What do you want? You want something? You don't. Don't start with me. Haha! Yeah! That's what I thought. There's only one mole rat in this entire wasteland that I love, and you are not him. Also, I almost forgot. We need to be playing the music. Alright, hold up. Let me get this. Not that, but I do appreciate that. We need the radio on. Let me see here. There we go. It's time to have an adventure, folks.
Almost heaven.
Yeah. Whoop.
West Virginia.
Yeah.
Blue Ridge Mountains.
Whoop.
Life is over.
Shame to be that guy.
The mountains.
Blowing like the breeze. Country roads. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home. I thought that leather outfit would absolutely help. What the hell? Next 4 days, we're getting Twisted Metal. I am excited about that. I am very excited about that. That's going to be amazing. Oh, apparently, Absolute Batman and Wonder Woman are getting stuff. Matt Fraction is getting a Batman run. Fuck yeah, let's go. We hitting it big. Y'all, we hitting it big. Woo, look at that. Some moonshine, teardrops in my eye. Country roads, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia. Oh, I got you, bud. Don't worry. Don't you worry a thing about a damn thing. I got you. Man, this guy really just dipped, huh? What else we got? Hey! Hey! Haha! Oh! The fuck? What's up with this now? Alright, whatever. Damn it. Alright, hold on. Hold on, this is bad. This is bad. They laid a trap for me! These bastards laid a trap! Son of a bitch! Okay, fuck. Alright, hold up, hold up. Oh boy. What do I got? What do I got? What do I got? Oh shit. That works. Fuck, this is not good. Oh, hold up. I swear to God. Motherfucker! Ah! This is bad. This is not good. This is a bad scenario. I don't like this. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, no, no. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Plasma Defender doing crazy damage. Let's go. How about that, asshole? Yeah!
To the town of our
I got a big iron, baby, and you are on my list. Woo!
Spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger
Woo!
there among them had a big iron on his hip. Big iron on his
God
hip.
damn it, Legion, motherfucker. Yes!
It was early in the morning. when
Yes!
he rode
Come on. Oh, the stranger, yes!
He came
Thank you,
riding
my friend.
from the south side, slowly looking all around.
Shit!
He's
Woo!
a lawless
Oh,
and
fuck!
running came the
God damn it, no!
And
No!
he's here to do some
I was about to heal!
iron on his hip.
I was about to heal! Motherfucker.
In this town there lived an outlaw by the
All right.
name of Texas Red.
Oh, no. Back
Many
here?
men had
God
tried
damn
to
it.
take him, and
Whatever.
that many men were dead.
I'm getting out of Big Mountain.
He
We're
was
leaving Big
vicious
Mountain.
and a killer,
Oh,
though
a
a
youth of 24.
and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 and 19 more.
Oh,
One in
no, I
19
need to use it if I
more.
want to get the... no, we're
Now
going.
the stranger started talking.
I don't have the
made it
plasma
plain
defender,
to
but
folks
whatever.
around.
We're focusing on this.
Was an Arizona Ranger, wouldn't be too long in town.
Let's zero in.
He came here to take
out to
an
get Caesar.
outlaw
That's what we gotta
battle,
do.
maybe dead. And he said it didn't matter. He was after Texas Red. After Texas Red.
All right. We gotta convince somebody to speak out against Caesar. Hello, Briggs boy. Mwah. By the way, it was.
But the outlaw didn't worry men that tried before were dead.
Besides, I got some guns here. I can handle
20
this.
men had tried to take him, 20 men had made a slip. 21 would be the ranger with the big iron on his
How you
hip.
be? Hello, Haven. How you
Big iron on
be?
his hip.
That's not good.
The morning passed so quickly it was
Person
time
appears to be
for
near
them
death.
to
Remove them
meet.
from the cross would kill them.
It was 20 past 11 when
I'm not
they
letting you suffer,
walked out
bud.
in the
Sorry.
street.
Mercy killing coming in.
Folks were watching from the windows, everybody held their breath. They knew this handsome ranger
I ain't letting somebody
was
stay up
about
like that.
to meet his death.
Spider-Man Noir
About
comic,
to
The
meet
Exiles,
his
Planet
death.
She-Hulk, Nova Centurions, Black Panther, Intergalactic, and
There
Imperial
was
Guardians.
40
That's gonna be
feet
fucking
between
rad.
them when they stopped to make
Welcome to
their
Cottonwood
play.
Grove. Welcome indeed. Time to kill some
And the
Legionnaires.
swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas Red had not cleared leather for a bullet fairly ripped, and the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip.
I don't
Big
tolerate
iron
the
on
Legion.
his hip.
I got no reason to tolerate the Legion.
It was over.
I have
that
already been
moment,
here.
and the folks had
I have
gathered
already
round.
been here. Good.
There before them lay the body of the outlaw on the ground.
The water looks weird because of
Oh, he
radiation.
might
Don't
have
worry about
gone
it.
living, but he made one fatal slip when he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron. When he tried to match the ranger with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip.
Oh, travel to the fort. Right. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, to the fort we go. The return to the energy, oh, the Energon verse. Yes, I'm excited for that. Oh shit, right. I forgot about this. I have a reputation here. Right. Hold up. Everybody calm down. Calm the fuck down. God damn it. There we go. I don't just care about infamy with Caesar's Legion. They're all terrible people. There we go. Oh yeah. What a mess we made when it all went wrong. And they're turning the comic called Capes. Ooh, I've heard of Capes. From the edge of the circus for the games to begin. All right, let's murder some Legionnaires. I'm nuclear. Oh. Alright, are you guys attacking me or are you running? Make a choice, because it's not going to be pretty if you choose fight. I need you to know that ahead of time. I will slaughter you. 0 questions asked.
Hello.
Excuse me.
Alright. My plan is to just kind of walk in and murder Caesar. I haven't really associated myself with any of these assholes, but, I mean, what are they gonna do? Jason Voorhees coming back? Finally? Finally! My god! That has taken way too long. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this shit? Dear lord, are they finally done with the weird, fucked up, like rights issues? Are we past that now? Because that's a big deal. All right. Devastation. Let's go. Yes. Woo! Come on, come on! No, no, no! Don't run! We're doing this together! Oh, yeah. Come on, come on. Heal up, heal up, heal up. Out of ammo. That's fine. I got some for this. Let's go. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? You, my friend. Woo! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck! Come here, Anthony! Nope! Woo! Is that it? I think that's it. Oh yes, there is a new Avatar series coming out. Oh, this feels good. Caesar! Caesar, where are you? Honey? Honey, Caesar? Oh, this is Caesar's tent. Good. Honey, I'm here. Come here.
Had enough?
Nope.
You like that?
Oh! Alright, I need a better strategy for this. No, 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 no. We're killing them all. We're getting them. We're doing this. We're doing this.
Another kill to my name.
There you are. Had enough?
Come outside with me. Come outside with me. One by one, this will work. Some distance between me and you is going to be an excellent idea. Holy shit!
Come on!
Oh, fuck! Fucking Praetorian Guard coming at me. What are you, Star Wars ass motherfuckers? Alright, I got a solution to this too. Did I upgrade these Securitron bunker? Oh, I just came here to kill him. I didn't really think that through. I haven't spoken to Caesar yet. I just wanted to kill him.
Come on. Had enough? Had enough?
Let the children use it. Let all the children boogie. Where are you? There we are. Oh, I almost had him. Yeah, I just showed up here to murder him. I don't have a strategy outside of killing Caesar directly right now.
Had enough? Come on. Damn.
That's one down. Up. Woo!
Had enough?
No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
You like that?
All right, there we go. Caesar's dead. Good.
I'm hit. I'm hit.
Ah, there we are. Thank you. Let all the children boogie. I'm not gonna let Caesar live. I don't even need to work with him. I'm just glad he's dead. But there we go. I found Caesar and I killed him. And honestly, isn't that enough? Isn't it the right feeling anyway? Let all the children boogie. Where is it? That's pretty garbage armor. Well, he's naked and dead now. Hey, boys. Boys, it's time for battle. It's time to keep going. Don't run. It's okay. Oh, that's right. I still have other ammo for my hollow rifle, huh? I feel good about today.
Come on!
I'm gonna reload that real quick. And now I have handled Caesar's Legion. So, I think that's it, right? This faction's done. Am I good on them? Are they gone? Have I done it? Do I need to worry about them anymore? Let's see what else they got in here. What else is in Caesar's tent? Let's see what else we can get out of here. I win. That I'm a wanderer, I'm a wanderer, all around, 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 around. Damn it. Oh, there's the medical thingy. Okay. And I put Rosie on my chest, I'm a wanderer, I'm a wanderer. All around, 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 around. I feel pretty good about myself. I feel like I've done the right thing. Sneak peek of Mighty Nine. Ooh! Let's go! Oh, it's so dark. Ooh! That's pretty though. Let me get some here really quick. So what happens now that I've killed Caesar? Hey, I'm not undoing that either. I'm glad he's dead. I just don't know what happens next. Down to town. I'm about to scroll for the rest of the news coverage. Oh, I saw that there's a preview of Invincible. Let's see, preview of Invincible, which is cool. Preview of Vox Machina for season 4. I haven't seen the other seasons. Caesar sends you to the bunker and they give you back your weapons, but before they talk with the Legion, drop on the floor, talk and retrieve the weapons, and kill the doorman first. Oh, I just murdered them. Oh, I also saw the Batman Aztec thing. That's something I already knew about. We watched a little bit of that actually. It was cool.
That's life.
That's life.
That's
What all the people say. You're riding high in April, shot down in May.
But I know
No, I'm gonna change that tune.
Yeah,
When I'm back on top in June. I say that's life. Hold on. I need to turn this up. I love this song. Some
People get their kicks stomping on a dream, but I don't let it get me down. 'Cause this fine old world, it keeps spinning around. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out. And I know one thing, each time I find myself flat on my face, I pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. I tell you, I can't deny it. I thought of quitting, baby, but my heart just ain't gonna buy it. And if I didn't think it was worth one single try, I'd jump right on a big bird and then I'd fly. I've been a puppet, a pauper, a pirate, a poet, a pawn and a king. I've been up and down and over and out. And I know one thing, each time I find myself laying flat on my face, I just pick myself up and get back in the race. That's life. That's life. And I can't deny it. Many times I thought of quitting out, but my heart won't buy it. But if there's nothing shaking come this here July, I'm gonna roll myself up in a big ball and die.
I love him. I love Frank. Great music. So yeah, here we are. Okay, I murdered Caesar, so the Legion is no longer an issue. I do not know how that will alter any of this, but I did kill him. I did kill the fuck out of Caesar. Hey, Regis, get up.
Mr. House isn't a man to be trusted. Watch yourself.
Understood. We need to talk,
You're
though.
becoming quite the political agitator. I can't say I'm displeased.
Fair. Have a look at this book. It'll show you what happens to tribes that ally with Caesar's Legion.
Let me see. My God, this is even worse than I thought. Okay, you have my support. I'll tell Papa the alliance is a bad idea.
I'd like to talk more about the Great Khan's alliance with Caesar.
What do you want to know?
Caesar's dead. Is it still on?
Suit yourself.
Because I murdered him. I am...
Until...
Alright. Like, I don't know how people are still curious right now about allying with Caesar. I have eviscerated him. Are they, like, not prepared for this? Is that how it works? Like, legitimately, are they not prepared for understanding that I have murdered these people? Continuity of command? I guess so, yeah. But I shot the guy in charge. His brains are all over the floor. I watched his thoughts vaporize in real time. Gotta go D&D? Enjoy D&D, hon! Mwah! Oh, that's interesting. Set the world on fire, baby. I love you too much. I just want to start a fire in your heart. God, I love this song. Let's go ahead and... You know, I don't really need the knife spear. We're gonna get rid of that, actually, because we don't need it. It's a nice weapon, but it's ultimately not... I'll put it somewhere nice. Let me see. We'll go with this one. Or talk him down depending on your speech skill. Oh, there's another guy in charge. You must fight him at the end of the game. Oh, wait, I know about that guy. Yeah, I meant the cons. What are your opinions on the Mighty Nine show coming out? I don't know. I don't know anything about Mighty Nine. God, I love this gun. Giant rat scorpion, stop it! Will you stop that? Sir! Sir! I have killed robo-scorpions! You are nothing to me! You are nothing to me! You are a tasty snack at best! Cease your prattling! I will sun ejaculate all over your corpses! What's going on over here?
Oh, I bid farewell to
Ooh.
the port and the land, and I paddle away from brave England's white sands.
Oh, hold up.
To search for my long ago forgotten friends, to search for the place I hear all sailors end. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my mind, I'll search without sleeping till peace I can find. I fear not the weather, I fear not the sea. I remember the fallen, do they think of me? When their bones in the ocean forever will be. Plot a course to the night, to a place I once knew, to a place where my hope died along with my crew. So I swallow my grief and face life's final test, to find promise of peace and the solace of rest. As the souls of the dead fill the space of my ears, their laughter like children, their beckoning cheers, my heart longs to join them, sing songs of the sea. I remember the fallen, do they think of me? When their bones in the ocean forever will be. When at last before
Where the
my
fuck is this?
ghostly
Alright.
shipmates I stand,
God damn,
I
there's so many
shed a small
scorpions.
tear for my home upon land. Though their eyes speak of death filled with struggle and strife, their smiles below say I don't owe them my life.
God damn!
The souls of the dead fill the space of my eyes, and my boat listed over and tried to capsize.
Woo!
I'm this far from drowning, this far from the sea. I remember the living, do they think of me? When my bones in the ocean forever will be. Now that I'm staring down at the darkest abyss, I'm not sure what I want, but I don't think it's this. As my comrades call to stand fast and for John, I make sail for the dawn till the darkness has gone.
Oh, okay, I need to go into the quarry.
Souls of the dead live
Oh, God,
forever in my mind, as I live all the years that they left me.
I have to deal with Death Claws. I gotta fight Death Claws. Oh, fuck, I have to fight Death Claws. Well, here it goes, I guess. Fuck me.
Uptown got its hustlers, Bowery got its bums.
Here we go, I guess.
Big Jim Walker, he a bull shooting son of a gun. Yeah, he big and dumb as a man
Can't come. I love this song. Fall down, fall down, fall down, fall down, fall down, fall down. There we go. Don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't peel the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim. Slim.
Yeah, I'm looking for the king of 42nd Street. He drive on a drop top Cadillac. Last week he took
Oh, fuck.
money and it may sound funny,
But I came to get my money back.
and everybody say, Jack, don't you know?
You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull a mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim.
Maybe I was just seeing things, and I
could have sworn I saw some people up on the ridge by the quarry.
Oh, you did. And it's about to be my problem. Fuck. Whew. Wish me luck, everybody. It's time to reconfront Deathclaws. Down. You don't stand on Superman's cape. You don't spin into the wind. You don't pull the mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with them. Okay, so alright, so the last time I was here, I was being horny, and then Deathclaws showed up and tried to murder me. I'm going to avoid that this time. Alright? You don't pull a mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you... Oh! That's doing good damage. That's doing good damage. Nope, nope, ha-ha! Yeah! Yeah! See? Alright, we're doing okay. I just gotta be sneaky. I just gotta be sneaky is all, alright? That's the secret. If I'm sneaky, everything is gonna be okay. If I'm a little sneaky creature, what's gonna happen? Nothing bad. I just gotta be a sneaky little critter. See? Right up there. If I can get some sneak attacks on him, right? I see him. We're going Deathclaw hunting, gang. I am so fucking hungry. You don't pull a mask on the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with it. Yeah! Yes! See? See? It's working out great. It's working out great. Just gotta keep pace. Reload. He'll fall down eventually. He doesn't know where I am. See? Perfect. Perfect. Alright, they're on me now. It's okay. Come on. Woo! Okay. Alright, that was uncomfortable. I didn't like how that felt. But that's a lot of dead Deathclaws. God, these things are fucking scary. Alright, okay. I do not like how low condition this gun is right now. I think I got maybe one left. I think. Oh. There's two. Okay, I got two Deathclaws I can see. And if I can see them, and they can't see me, then I am where I want to be. Crippled the right arm? Oh, yeah! Wait, I'm sorry, there's always what? I'm sorry. No. You can't tell me Mama and Papa Deathclaw and not elaborate on that. What the fuck do you mean, Mama and Papa Deathclaw? The fuck is that supposed to mean? The fuck is a Mama and Papa Deathclaw? Like, I've seen Deathclaws. Oh boy. There are bigger ones here. Oh god. Okay, sure. Why not? Oh! Why not? Why wouldn't that be there? Why not? Why not? Reload. Come on, reload, reload. Reload. Reload, reload, reload! Reload, you fucking... Oh, reload, 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 reload. Oh my god! I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong at all. I did nothing wrong. That is infuriating. I did everything right. God damn it, I did everything right. Oh, fuck me. Fuck me. Fuck me. Well, back to the drawing board. Back to the thing. Oh, shame FOV Fallout 4 nerfed Deathclaws to have an early game set piece encounter. Yeah, that is stupid. That is very stupid. Deathclaws in 3 and New Vegas have such a presence to them. Like, they are genuinely terrifying in every way. And I don't know why anyone thought it would be a good idea to nerf them. Because, like, why? Why do that? This is so much better. See if I can get something in here. Hello? Anyone? I would like to purchase goods and services. Hello? No one? Really? No one? Hey!
Our rangers are going to show everyone what happens when we're pissed off.
I know what's gonna happen. Oh my god, this smells amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to devour this with my mouth. Mwah. I have been brought food, and it looks incredible. Even 70th claws are still annoying. They should be, I feel like they should be more than annoying. They should be legitimately terrifying.
Maybe I was just seeing things, but I could have sworn I saw some people up on the ridge.
You
Hey,
need
Lewis.
something?
What is this place?
This is Sloan, a camp for us quarry workers. The actual quarry, Quarry Junction, is up the road north of here. The whole thing is an NCR operation. We make cement for the NCR using the limestone we dig out with dynamite and drag lines. Dirty work, but the pay's good. Wish we got paid in caps, though. Not a lot of merchants like taking NCR paper money.
What does the NCR need with cement?
It all gets shipped by rail over towards Boulder City and Hoover Dam. The NCR is probably building fortifications with it all.
Yeah, what is a dragline anyway?
No,
Sorry, the caps
the
thing.
NCR has been trying to switch over to using paper money, just like in the pre-war days. Trouble is that the exchange rates ain't exactly fair. For example, $100 in NCR money is valued at roughly half that in caps around here. Seems like a rotten deal for us, but work is work.
What's a dragline?
It's a big machine which moves rocks around, piles at a time. It's pre-war tech, so you need to thump it once in a while to keep it running.
Let's talk about something else.
Sure.
What can you tell me about New Vegas?
I've been there once, and I don't recommend it. It's just a way to burn through a month's pay in 5 minutes. I've seen a lot of folks come through here thinking they'll have the easy life once they get there. It never happens.
That is how you know somebody in here actually lived in Vegas.
Yep.
By the quarry. When do you think the NCR will send their troops to help us?
Eventually. I mean, I'm here. Sorta.
Those Legion elite troops are bad blood.
Alright, there's gotta be some way I can handle this.
The NCR appreciates good citizens like you.
I killed Caesar. I guess it'll take a minute for word to really spread on that, huh? We say there's still an egg and coming to approximately the same time you figure out that, at least, find said egg. Okay, that is objectively cool, though. I will say that. It is objectively rad to, like, have an early quest where you're like, you're holding a Deathclaw egg. Run. But that should be what it is. It's just, you're holding a Deathclaw egg. Run. Do not go anywhere. Hide. You're not that guy. Because I think that's a better way to play those kinds of things, you know? Don't do it. Don't do it. I told you not to do it. I told you not to. But you did it anyway. I'll eat your bones next time. My man for real went at 2 Deathclaws with a knife and won. God damn. The set piece I was complaining about was really early right after they give you a taste of a minigun power armor. Oh, I got you. Excuse me. Oh! Yeah! Alright. We're gonna have to do this the way we should have done this. Let's hope the not dying happens. Fuck, this is stressful. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spin into the wind. Ha-ha! Oh, fuck. There we go. Everything's coming up Cassavell. Would one classify a crypt build as alternatively or as build alternatively or God's favorite little pawn in a narrativized way? Probably like God's favorite. Wait, what the fuck is that? Oh, what the fuck is that? The fuck is that thing? Oh! A Deathclaw alpha male. Well, that's fun. That's a fun thing for me to have to deal with. Luckily, solutions can sometimes present themselves. No, give me my perch. No, give... There we go. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, whatever. Alright, Deathclaw alpha male is over there. Another Deathclaw's there. That's 2 I know of. One over there. Now, I think I'm in, like, a safe-ish spot here, right? Oh. Not really. Oh, cool. I am in a spot that... I tried to play smart and the game punished me for it. Oh, I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I am in the safest possible location. There is nowhere safer than right here. Come get me! Do it! You can't! You won't! Coward! Fuck. Alright. Son of a bitch. Okay. That's deeply annoying. But whatever. Whatever. That's a good sign. Oh! Hi, lady. I mean, go off if you're already over there. What is... Are you okay? Oh, there he goes. That was weird. What the fuck? That was weird, right? Fuck. There we go. How you doing, cicada person? Let me see here. I did shoot it. I got it. I'm solving problems actively. All right, let's see. Maybe if I... Can I? Is this... Oh, that's... no, that was not a good sign. Fuck. Have fun with that. I'm doing my best. Hun, I'm doing my best. I'm doing everything I can. I am not excited for Deathclaw Alpha Male and Deathclaw Queen, okay? I am not. Fall down! Fall down! Fall down! Fall down! These are teenage Deathclaws. I hate everything. Okay. Okay. God, in days like this, I wish I had armor. I'm fresh off of murdering Caesar, but I'm stuck with this. I got hugged too tight? Yeah, I did. I can kill Caesar. You know, I can walk into a Legionnaire thing, I can just murder everybody there, no problem. Easy. This, not so much. Toss my salad, Caesar. No, I just walked in there and murdered him. Because, I mean, he's not that scary. He's just a guy. Now, if Caesar's Legion was led by Deathclaws, I'd actually be scared. Luckily, that's not the scenario we're living in. Maybe if I go to the left... That's alpha male. That's the alpha male. That is a scary big boy. That is a big, scary boy. Maybe if I go over here and I climb up this thing, I can get a... Want a safe spot here? I'm trying. Babes, I am trying. Hello, Jacob. How you be? Come on. Come on. Get up there. No, no, no. Get up. There we go. All right. I am as safe as I can physically get right now. That is not a great thing. I could take Caesar's Legion. They're not scary. You know? They're not like a really scary fighting force. This, though. This is. Wait a little bit. The one on the right is safer because you literally get on that roof. I tried to, but but I fell through. Like I tried to do that, but I like fell through the roof. That's good. When I go Dark Tide, bring you? I will. I don't like this feeling. It's not a good feeling. What do you suggest for a low-level character versus a Deathclaw? I am a low-level character versus a Deathclaw. I got nothing for you. I am on this. This is my. This is as far into New Vegas as I have ever been. I am doing my best. Like I finished Dead Money and fucking Big Mountain, and that was something I did at the wrong level. I was so underpowered. Got anything else I can use? Maybe go like this. Sort of. If I angle that, right? Maybe I just kind of... Maybe if I get silly with it, I can like... Oh my god, it's working! Oh my god, it worked! Holy shit! This is amazing. Sometimes you just gotta think outside of the box. committing war crimes upon Deathclaw family. It is not my fault that they are in my way. It is their fault. If they did not wish for this terrifying nightmare to befall them, they would not have lived long enough to meet me. If God had wanted you to live, he would have not have created me! Oh, okay, you see me now. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, no. You're confused. Sir! Sir! Sir, you're confused. It's okay. Sir! Sir! It's okay. You're confused. He is having a day. My friend is not having an easy one. Yeah! Sometimes I think that I'm screwed. Other times, I remember that I can think my way through weird, stupid shit like this. Ow! I'm fine. Alright, so we killed the alpha male. I do not know what happens after this, but we definitely killed the alpha male. Wherever the body went, exactly, I'm not 100% on, but... Oh, you are a big boy. Oh, that is a large... Oh, boy. That is a large boy. No. No. Okay, so y'all said, like, oh, the mom. You keep saying, what about the matriarch? What about the matriarch? I don't see a matriarch anywhere. I don't see a mom. What, is a 40-foot tall Deathclaw gonna come out of the ground at some point and try to eat me? Is it like Grandfather Worm? Is Shai Hulud about to show up? You guys keep saying, what about the matriarch? And this is, like, I would say it's unnerving, but what about the Deathest Claw? What about the Deathiest Claw? Of all the claws you have fought, you have yet to consider the Deathiest Claw. I don't know where the matriarch Deathclaw is supposed to even be. Unless it crests over those mountains right there, I feel like I'm solid. Fuck. Oh, come on, girl. This is annoying. 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 Oh, Lord. Come on. There! Dear God! Okay, that's another one down. Wouldn't the alpha male Deathclaw be the one that's, like, the worst for me? Right? Like, what is the matriarch Deathclaw? Like, what is... I don't even think that's a real thing, is it? Are you for fucking real right now, dog? What? Oh, I'm gonna have to kill a single mother. I'm gonna have to kill a single mother. No, fuck me. Fuck! I'm gonna have to kill a single mother. I hate this. No, that's Deathclaw Matriarch. I hate everything. That is a Deathclaw matriarch. My hollow rifle is on its last legs right now, and I have a mother and of like, well, a dwindling number actually, a mother of a dwindling amount. Oh, that worked out. Oh, God. This shouldn't be as bad as it is. This shouldn't be as scary. You don't tug on Superman's cape. You don't spit into the wind. You don't pull your mask off the old Lone Ranger, and you don't mess around with Jim. Sucker. Okay, so the other part of this. Alright, that's Deathclaw Baby. That's Deathclaw Baby. That's a Mother Deathclaw. Well, I think the obvious solution here is to kill the babies first, right? I mean, she can be angry if she wants, but I ain't gonna save her kids. Let me see what else do I have in here, and just my weapons really quick. My Gauss rifle is shot. I need to repair that. That's really good if they get close, but they're not going to get that close. This would be really nice, but it's better against power armor and robots. So we got this to work. Kill the whole line, that's how you prevent revenge quests. Exactly! Gotta kill the whole line. Gotta kill the family line. I'm not having an Inigo Montoya. One down. Alright, good. She doesn't know. Oh, that is a unfortunate looking lady. Oh, fuck. Okay, okay. Oh, no. Oh! 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 Okay! Okay, okay. I gotta kill the mom first. Gotta kill the mom first. Kill the Mother Deathclaw first. That's the one. I can kill the family line later, but the Mother Deathclaw dies first. If I could get a shot on her. Maybe I should climb up there first. Oh, Lord. Okay. 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 That's fine. Yeah, she was there fast. That was fucked up. That was a fucked up thing to see. I didn't like that at all. Okay, I tried to jump on the roof last time, and that did not work out. So I'm just gonna get way up here and hopefully confuse her. If I could get her attention. Where is she? Come on. Come on. Come on. She's over in this direction. So, oh, there she is. I see her. Yes, you're learning to count. I'm proud of you. You know what? Let's go ahead and just... We're going to war crime it, okay? How about this? This should be nice. If we just commit a war crime... Yeah, like this. Plenty of flamer fuel. She's confused. She doesn't know what's happening. fine. The babies are being handled. Oh. See, it's working out great. Birds are singing, the sun is shining. This is going perfectly. It's not genocide. I'm not doing genocide right now, okay? The fuck do I look like? All I am doing is meaningfully engaging with this horrifying nightmare enemy that I need to get out of the way. The smell of napalm? Exactly! God damn, how many fucking shots is this gonna take? Yeah, Delta Claw is an Alpha Predator. I'm punching up right now. This is different. Come on. Come on. It's just taking some time. But it's happening. Also, all of these count as sneak attacks. Just keep on raining fire on this. There we go! There it is! See, everything worked out great. Level 34! Everything's coming up, Cassifel. See? Perfect. No need to worry. It's perfectly fine. Let's upgrade repair, probably, right? Or, like, barter? Yeah, let's upgrade repair. Oh, hey, we got a thing. I'm on normal difficulty. I ain't doing this ridiculous, insane, go above and beyond nightmare thing. I'm enjoying the game as I enjoy it. We're upgrading a special attribute, probably. That's my first thought here. Fucking hell. Oh, God. Intense training? Hunter? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? There are so many. Holy shit. As those who don't know, Mother Deathclaw does around 275 damage per hit and has 700 health. She does none of that now. At this point, she doesn't do any of those things. You have unraveled some of the greatest mysteries of pre-war masters. Formulas for developing special Nuka-Colas. This unlocks special Nuka-Cola recipes at Workbench. That does sound cool. You have come to understand Night Stalkers. Consuming Night Stalker squeezins now grants bonuses to perception, poison resistance, and stealth. Okay. If you kill a target in VATS, 20 action points are restored upon exiting VATS. I do want that pretty bad. Each crippled limb you have, you do an additional 10% damage. No, not that. I'm probably going to get the death one. Fail a hack to get out of a computer. Your computer wins. With this perk, you can attempt to rehack any computer you're previously locked out of. I like that. That's good. Weapons requiring strength. Oh, okay. Better strength requirements. Okay, chem resistant. Better criticals. Purifier. We send you 50% more damage with melee and unarmed against creatures, Night Stalkers, spore plants, Deathclaws, super mutants, feral ghouls. Okay. Chemist, adamantium skeleton. Less limb damage, that's not bad. Your martial arts true legendary, you do a large amount of additional damage through enemy blocks with all melee weapons and unarmed attack. I do like melee weapons a lot, so that does make sense. Robotics expert, hobbler. Heavyweight, fast metabolism, alertness. Ooh. Okay. That's not a bad idea. Allows you to see the health and damage threshold of any target and gives you 5% bonus damage to humans and non-feral ghouls. Commando. I'm going to go with the death one because I seem to use VATS a lot, so we're going to go with that. The Grim Reaper Sprint sounds neat. Alright, so we have killed the big Deathclaw lady. Now, I don't think there are other Deathclaws I necessarily need to... You're fine. Stop whining. Need to worry about, so we should be good. We should be good, I think. I'm like 50-50 on us being solid now. Either way, Alpha Deathclaw and Matriarch Deathclaw, dead as fuck. Dead as fuck. What do the babies have? Nothing. Cool. Oh. Oh. Ooh, 3 Deathclaw eggs. Cool. What do I get out of eating a Deathclaw egg? That noise is scary. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Let's eat some gecko steak. Fuck me. Oh, Lord. So let's drop some stuff. Don't need that. Repair those, why not? Why do I have so many classes? Just a bunch of them. The power armor helmet's fine. Did I purge the Deathclaw layer? Yes. Hello, how you doing, by the way? I also killed Caesar earlier. He's dead. Because, you know, he's Caesar, and I'm not letting that asshole live. So he's gone. Which, you're welcome, everybody. You're welcome. You're welcome. I know you're very happy about that. You're welcome. I painted the inside of Caesar's encampment with as much blood as possible. All of those bastards are dead and gone, and no one needs to worry about them anymore. They're gone. Oh, this is probably an issue. Hold up. Okay, I'm definitely keeping that. Holy shit. What's heavy that I have on me right now? Empty sarsaparilla bottle. I don't need paperweights. What the fuck? Don't need the pilot light right now. Mark of Caesar. Ugh, Mark of Caesar. Don't need the pre-war book. I'm good just watching Raw and getting a new set of bed sheets. Nice. Very nice. What do I have for miscellaneous stuff? I could have sworn I was carrying more. Well, you know what? I got the Deathclaw hands. That's what matters. Should be good now. I think. I'm cautiously optimistic that I have handled the Deathclaw issue at the moment. Now, I could be wrong. But I'd like to say I did what I needed to do. Okay. Okay. I don't see any other Deathclaws. Let's get my hollow rifle out just in fucking case. Caesar's death means no more hot and ready pizza. No. I'm in charge of that now. I'm in charge of that now. Purifier, Super Slam, and Piercing Strike are staple perks for doing melee builds. I'll be getting those as I get more melee stuff. I want to get the shish kebab really bad, though. If I can get the shish kebab, then I'll just convert into full-on brawling, but I don't have the shish kebab yet. Hello, Lycan, how you be? By the way, Jacob, mwah. And Lycan, mwah. And Dude, mwah. And Crest, mwah. All of you got smooched, there you go. Up! Those bongos. Killing Caesar with a coin shot should get you that achievement, yes. Render unto Caesar is perfect. By the way, no one should ever side with Caesar's Legion. They are objectively the most evil. I think this is one of the only flaws I could say exists in this game. There is actually no moral justification for Caesar's Legion at all in any way. Like, the other ones, you can be like, oh, well, you know. Like, the NCR's solid. You can kind of see where Mr. House comes from. Like, you can make arguments for how things go. But, like, the Legion is just cartoonishly evil. There is zero justification for ever siding with the Legion. Only faction more evil is the Enclave, and their stance to kill is kill peopleism. Yeah, like that's insane. Then again, I mean, like, people actually sympathize with Nazis in the real world, so it doesn't surprise me that the fucking LARP-ass dipshit nonsense class has like, or thing has people rooting for it. Oh please! Oh no. Okay, you know what? Abso-fucking-lutely. Let's go. Let's go. What? Okay, what am I getting rid of to keep the... Oh, boy. Okay, I gotta drop some stuff for this, but yeah, we're dropping some stuff for this. Oh. Hello, Laser. How you be? Drop that. We can get another one of those later. I want that stealth suit. That's really good. All right, we'll drop this too.
Have you ever wanted to be invisible?
Occasionally. Yes.
Stimpack reserves, minimal.
This is understood. Thank you.
Running
God
low
damn.
on medics.
God damn. Weeks have been eventful. Oh, do I
I bet
understand
no
that?
one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
Girl, do not give me that shit. Do not give me that shit. Unless you mean that in like a self-positive way. Do not give me that self-loathing. I bet no one's noticing me. I'm just a little ooh baby, ooh kind of bullshit stealth suit. I am actively I am inside of you. I am inside of you right now. I am inside of you. Do not give me that shit. There's your goblin cackle. Mwah. There's a fat man either in the egg cave or one of the ponds. You know, that wouldn't be bad. Given the stealth suit's probably a boast. I mean, it sounds like it would be. The problem is the stealth suit has this really bad... Oh, great cons. The stealth suit has this really bad habit of acting extremely, weirdly needy. Also, I'm ready to write the story to publish, you published was fire and I need more. Oh, thank you. I'm very glad with how it came out myself. There will be more. Do not worry. I promise you this. Oh, baby, y'all were screwed up.
Enough. What do you want with the Great Khans?
I'm actually here to help you. What are you doing up here, though?
Awaiting a delivery, but it's a no-show. I'm guessing that the death claws in the quarry have something to do with that.
That would be correct, yes. What kind of delivery are you expecting?
Supplies to make chems. The NCR's the best source since they're hard to come by anywhere else. We don't really use the chems ourselves, just sell them to anybody with the caps. If it ends up hurting the NCR in the process, that's a bonus.
Seems like an odd place to pick up a delivery.
The Khans and the NCR don't get along. They prefer to shoot us on sight, even if we're not looking for a fight.
Oh, 1 second. Hold on. I'll be right back. 1 minute. I've returned. Brotherhood of Steel or NCR. I'd pick the NCR over the Brotherhood of Steel because the Brotherhood of Steel is, well, an insane, theocratic, neo-pagan cult. And I don't really like them too much. Sometimes they're okay, but overall, they're very stupid. Also, I could maybe help you with your problem, Melissa.
Is that right? What's your angle?
A favor for a favor.
Alright, fair enough. You help us out, and I'll owe you one. I was expecting a shipment of chemicals. It's usually in a suitcase dropped off in one of the big machines up here. Because of the death clause, I have to assume the suitcase is still in Sloan. Snoop around the place and get it for me.
Are these chemicals dangerous?
I wouldn't eat or drink them, but no. They won't
Thank you for the
explode if you
hydrate.
drop them or anything.
Anything else I should know?
Don't kill anybody if you don't have to. I'm a scout, and I like to keep a low profile.
Got it. Let's talk about something else.
Like what?
Tell me about the Great Khans.
We're an independent group. We take care of our own and don't take crap from anybody. Especially the NCR.
What happened between the Great Khans and the NCR?
Bitter Springs happened. Women and children died when the NCR attacked the Great Khans there. And the NCR just pretends it never happened.
How'd you end up joining?
It wasn't easy. There's a lot of initiation rituals to go through, and I've got the scars to prove it. But in the end, I was tough enough to be made a member. Proudest day of my life.
Hell yeah. Also, it goes good. How you doing, Paladin? Mwah. Brotherhood of Steel is probably the most noble of the Brotherhood of Steels. Oh, and 3? Yeah, 1000%. Fallout 3's Brotherhood of Steel is actually a noble chapter. Most of them are pretty morally murky. I think it's also because the Legion content was cut, and Black Isle was given an almost impossible deadline. Yeah. I just realized I had a big mountain. It went well. I also did Dead Money.
Like what?
Goodbye.
Don't leave a trail.
Actually, hold on.
What do you want now?
A man named Regis told me you were the lady I should talk to about speaking against the Great Alliance, the Great Khan's alliance with Caesar.
You can ask, but why would I do that? Carl told me all about the life in the Legion. He says I've got all the makings of a speculatory.
Did he also tell you women aren't permitted to serve in the Legion?
What? No, What do you mean aren't allowed to serve? Why would he lie about that?
If the Great Khans join the Legion, you'll be sold as a slave or an officer's wife if you're lucky.
That lying little weasel. I almost fell for it too. All right, you've got a deal. You can tell Papa I won't support an alliance.
Time for me to go.
Later.
Ah! Hell yeah.
Something else you wanted? Until next.
Hey, Papa Khan.
All 4 of my most trusted advisors have told me we should break our alliance. Maybe I should hear you out after all.
I've come to ask the Great Khans to break their alliance with Caesar's Legion. By the way, also, I blew up Caesar's head with a laser rifle. It's a little unrelated, but he is extremely dead. Enjoy your lurk, Lycan.
I've
Mwah!
heard some things from my most trusted Khans. It
And
makes
get some
me
good
wonder
rest.
whether this alliance is a good idea after all.
I burped.
But I want to leave a legacy of greatness when I die. My tribe deserves better than this, cowering in a canyon and living on scraps. Tell me then, if I don't join with Caesar's Legion, where will I find my tribe's lost glory?
You don't need to look outward, Mighty Khan. Your tribe is proud and strong. Claim your own glory.
Well spoken, traveler, well spoken indeed. Perhaps it's time to find our own destiny, unburdened by the past. We'll begin readying the camp to move. As soon as Caesar makes his move, we'll depart. We will make ourselves strong again, and we shall conquer.
It sounds wise. I wish you the best.
If you should ever tire of wandering alone, seek us out. You might just have the makings of a great Khan yourself.
You're damn right, baby. Enough news of your good works have been passed around to people like you. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hey, where's that guy? Didn't that guy die? Is that guy dead now? Hold on, where's that guy? Where'd he go? No, he ain't dead yet. Oh, no, he did die. He did die. That guy died. Yeah, right. That one guy got shot to death because he shit-talked everybody. Well, he's dead now. I don't have to worry about that. So is Caesar's Legion. Now, I'm doing great, Amy. How you being? How you doing? Make contact with the Brotherhood of Steel. Visit the White Glove Society. Tell Yes Man you visited Gamora and wish to ignore the Omertas. Make contact with the Boomers in Nellis Air Force Base. Hearing about Nellis is crazy. Because, like, I've been there. Like, I lived in Vegas. I know this place well. I burped. Always like the cons, the two drug makers especially. The cons are fairly chill, all things considered. I like them.
Move along.
When I get to Nellis in-game, I better get those WASP keys ready. They always are, baby. Tired of sending love because I can? Well, I'm sending love back to you, Amy. I hope you're having a good day. Ah, yeah.
What do you need?
Who the fuck are you?
Bye.
Bye indeed.
What do you need?
Alero, you talk to me.
Bye.
Alright, whatever, dude. By the way, due to a weird glitch I have with game stuff, everybody's bald, and I don't know why.
Hey there, friend.
Oh.
A bit of advice. You look like you could use some protection.
What?
Lucky for you, I got what you need. My stock and trade? All kinds of easy-to-hide weapons for slipping into and out of casinos. They won't give you a second glance.
Let's see what you have.
Take a look at these beauties.
Silenced pistol, spiked knuckles, a razor blade, a switchblade. Oh, I'm getting a switchblade, obviously. I gotta get a switchblade. I got all three of those to clean them up. I'll take the straight razor, too. And you know what? I'll go ahead and I'll take that silenced pistol off you and the spiked knuckles. Eh? How about that? I'll take all of those off you. Thanks, Daddy-O. You're keeping it clean. Shit. Let me go ahead and fix this, too. Weapons. And where are you? God damn it. Jingle, jingle, that jingle, jangle, spurs. That jingle, jangle, ooh, down, bow, down, bow, down, bow. God damn it, what can I drop? What do I not need? Oh! Yeah! If I was to Fallout, I'd be some mutant thing. I mean, that's not a bad way to live. I'll be honest with you.
It's hard to sleep in this place.
Out of the great cons are going to reconnect with the followers of the apocalypse and move on to Wyoming, where they will flourish. Good! I will say, it is nowhere near bright enough to be Vegas. It's nice, but it's nowhere near neon enough. The Ultra Lux. Looks closed. It looks very closed. Yeah, that's a bug. Oh, it's a bug? I got
Beg your
you.
pardon.
Oh!
But could I trouble you to turn over your weapons?
Sure. Here you go.
My deepest apologies for the slightest inconvenience. You have my assurance that everything will be returned upon your departure. But we simply can't have anyone waving their weapons around in the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the atmosphere we wish to cultivate. Please, enjoy your stay.
Goodbye.
Adieu.
What is that? Is that a golf club? You gonna beat somebody with a cane? Why is it so dim in here? So this inconvenience is the stagger out with the arsenals you carry on you. Okay, look. I kind of wish I could carry all of it with me the entire time. It'd be funny.
Salutations.
I gotta fix the lighting. Why? But the brightness is a little bit better. It's still kind of abandoned feeling. Why? Oh, okay. Okay. Why?
You'd be crazy to put your money on either side of the coming battle.
Thank you, lady. Why are people
Priam
wearing
has a new sheriff? That should keep the powder gangers away.
Thanks, friend. I didn't ask you anything, but that's okay. Let's talk to the bartender. Hey there.
Welcome to Top Shelf. The drinks cost twice as much during happy hour, but they draw twice the attention, too.
Let me see what you have for sale. An atomic cocktail. Fantastic. My character is an alcoholic. And I'm hunting down those things from the Sunset Sarsaparilla.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Why are all of you...
Adieu.
Oh, the vibes here are rotten. The vibes here are rotten. This is an upsetting place. All right, hold on. We're going to switch over to a different thing. We're going to play a different game here in a second. Because we're going to be switching over to something because apparently Silksong has been announced. And I'd like to check that out. Because I love Silksong. Also because I did plan on doing 2 games today. So we're going to press save here. Getting kidnapped and cooking people energy with these people. Yes, entirely. It's beautiful. I'm going to save right here. Ah! Thank you, TNT, for the raid! Thank you very much. Welcome in, by the way, notes. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Cassifel. I am your goblin hostess who has the mostest. I am known for thrilling, chilling, and fulfilling all the people who are out there who are hanging out to you tonight. It's good to have you. It's good to see you. It's good to be here. How are all of you doing today? How are all of you doing? Welcome in. Very fresh victims, as you should. As you should, baby. As you should. If you'd like to like what you see and you want to see more, make sure to hit the follow button, not the hollow button. It's good to have you. It's good to have you. I'll be doing a little bit of Hollow Knight for the time being because I think it'll be nice. It'll be fun. We haven't played it recently. I haven't played it on stream ever, and I've got a clip for all of you to enjoy, which I'm going to be running for you right now. Here we go, baby.
Hi there. My name's Cassifel, and you seem to have stumbled into my lair. Let me show you what we get up to here, eh? Mwah.
Oh, no, fuck all of you. Fuck every last one of you. I'm not afraid. I'm the fucking Doomslayer, asshole. I am here to kick ass, shoot bubblegum, and light shit on fire. And once I'm done kicking your ass, I'm burning this fucking building to the ground.
Imagine. Imagine. Feed the fire.
I wish I could put caffeine on my fidget tips for Cassifel. I would suck them off. Wait, I mean, I would lick off the caffeine. Shut up.
If I wasn't required to keep a masquerade about vampires not existing, I would drain you dry in front of everyone just to send a fucking message. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff we do here. And I hope you have a great time. So, enjoy being here. And if you don't, remember, I'll be in your dreams and I'm gonna steal your teeth. Mwah.
And welcome back in. By the way, the screen capture isn't broken. It just, I hadn't switched it over just yet. Give me a quick moment here. Let me grab that, and boom, Hollow Knight. There ya are. There ya are, you fucking bingus. Welcome in, TNT. What were you doing? I like Red Eclipse. Of course I like Red Eclipse. I'd love to play with all of you more, but nobody's ever, you know, online for it. I'd love to play some Red Eclipse. I love that game. Why you ask? What do you anybody want to play it? We could do some Red Eclipse tonight. Mwah. Here we are. Abiotic Factor, fuck me, that game is creepy. I have not gotten to into it since the last time I played it, but I would like to play it more. Have a look at this. What's this? Ooh. Oh. Oh. Yo! 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 Yeah, it's happening. It's happening. That game is happening. Straftat. Straftat's happening. Definitely get that. Did I lose all my saves? No, no, no. All my saves for Hollow Knight were on my PS4. All my saves for Hollow Knight were on my PS4. So that was a different thing. Where the excited noises, Straftat looks sick as fuck. That's why. That's why excited noises. But as it is, we're going to be starting here. We will be doing brand new things in this. I'm excited for it, but we're going to be doing brand new things here. Straftat. It is a it's an FPS team shooty kill thingy that looks cool, and I want to play it. However, we will be starting right now a brand new Hollow Knight adventure. So everyone, if you've never seen this before, I welcome you to a very, very beautiful game. Something very special. Here we go. Welcome to Hollow Knight. In wilds beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret. But no one could tame our savage souls, yet you the challenge met. Under palest watch you taught we changed, based instincts we redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. The Hollow Knight has woken up. Oh! And here we fucking go. It begins. Okay. Oh, that's weird. I'm not used to this off of a controller, so this feels weird. Let me remap this really quick. There's no way I'm gonna like this. Oh, hold on. Okay. Hold on. Alright, and then jump. That works there. Better. Let's make it worse. How dare! Higher beings, these words are for you alone. Your great strength marks you among us. Focus your soul, and you shall achieve feats of which others can only dream. Alright, we'll have to put that on something then. Let me see. Focus. We're gonna put that on... Yes. Nope, nothing there. Good. Oh. Ha! Oh. Ah! Yeah, I gotta get a controller hooked up to this. It's so not right. Ah! Rude. Oh. Oh. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. There you go. My fault for playing. Oh, squats! There we go. Let's go. Squats. Let's go. Alright. Oh, stretching. Here we go. Alright. Whew. Thank you for them beans. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're evil. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. There you go. I take the jacket, you little monster. How dare. Oh. Up. Oh, these guys! Gimme, 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 gimme! Temporary health. Ha! Forgot about that. You can't catch me forever! Alright, higher beings, these words are for you alone. Beyond this point, you enter the land of King and Creator. Step across the threshold and obey our laws. Bear witness to the last and only civilization, the Eternal Kingdom. Hollow Nest. Well. Let me in! There we go. Dirtmouth, a fading town. Oh, traveler, I'm afraid there's only me left to offer welcome. Our town's fallen quiet, you see. I'm getting emotional. The other residents, they've all disappeared. Headed down that well, one by one, into the caverns below. Used to be there was a great kingdom beneath our town. It's long fell to ruin, yet it still draws folks into its depths. Wealth, glory, enlightenment, that darkness seems to promise all things. I'm sure you too seek your dreams down there. Well, watch out. It's a sickly air that fills the place. Creatures turn mad and travelers are robbed of their memories. Perhaps dreams aren't such great things after all. For all your mapping supplies, we'll be opening soon. Iselda and Cornifer. Down we go. Ah! 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 Oh, what am I doing? I know what I should do. Controller. No, not controller. Sorry. Oops. Keyboard. No, that's... Yeah, up is right there. There's gotta be a way I can get a controller set up for this. I know there's like the option there, like to use a Bluetooth thing, but I don't know how well that's gonna work. Oh-ho! Temple of the Black Egg. Hello there! How delightful to meet another traveler on these forgotten roads. You're a short one, but you've got a strong look about you. I'm Quarrel. I have something of an obsession with uncharted places. I love this guy. This ancient kingdom holds many fascinating mysteries, and one of the most intriguing of them all is standing right before us. A great stone egg, lying in the corpse of an ancient kingdom. And this egg... Is it warm? It certainly gives off a unique air. Can it be opened? There's strange marks all over it. I do so love a mystery, and who knows what other marvels lie even deeper below us. You get it, Ashrand. You get it. Oh. Ah! Oops. Come on. GG, easy. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set up that controller thing. Can I do that? Can I... Hold on, let me try something really quick. There might be a way I can actually get this to work. If I just sort of... If I do this... And I... Because I have a PS4 controller here, right? And I don't know if I just sort of go like this, can I... If I add Bluetooth device... Like that? Is that what I do? Do I just hold down the PlayStation button? Adios for now, Theo. Enjoy your lurk. Mwah! Does anyone know how to do this? How to connect like a PlayStation controller to a computer? Because I don't know how to do that. Damn it. Let me see. Is it DualShock? Yes. Let me see if I can look this up real quick. Is it a PS5? Devices. Press the share button. Oh, okay. So like this. Wireless monitors, TVs, or PCs that use that. No. Oh, wait, hold on. Do I have a Bluetooth receiver? I should just have this thingy, like, for it. Okay, no. Add Bluetooth devices. Is that it? Are you the right one? Hello, Dunya, how you be? No. Fuck! Steam should have supported for it already in the Steam preferences, the controller part. All you gotta do is enable it. Oh, okay, so I just go to Steam, and then I'll go to my settings. I haven't done this. I haven't set up a controller like this before. So this is interesting to me. Controller. Enable Steam input for Xbox controllers. Enable Steam input for... Can I not use Sony controllers? Does it have to... Does it have to be like an Xbox controller? Is that a thing? Oh, I hate that, if that's a thing. You gotta enable it before that. Click on the add device in the Bluetooth settings, then press the share button and PlayStation button. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, so it also has it for generic ones? Alright, that makes sense. So specifically, it's, those two. Add device. Just add device. Alright. I'm working on it. It's on. I'm trying to see if it'll discover it. Okay, can't do that. That's not the right one. Maybe it's a... Is this a PlayStation 5 controller? Okay, no, this is a PS5 controller. Alright, this is a PlayStation 5 controller. Okay. This is so infuriating. On the DualSense, hold down the PlayStation button and the logo and the share button, the small one on the front of the touchpad, used until the LEDs around the touchpad flashing rapidly. Within a few seconds, a generic entry named wireless controller should pop up on your Bluetooth device listing in the Windows. Just click that for the pairing. Okay. I'm trying to do that, but it's not like showing up. You have a ramen? I'm jealous. I would like a ramen really bad. It's trying. I'm holding it down. I'm holding it down. I keep waiting. I'm just a little worn out. Can't think of what to stream this week. I feel that. Are the control lights flashing? They are. But if you want to stream something this week together, we totally can. Like, I'm down for it. What if I... Ah! I clicked the add device thing. I got the controller in my hands. Baby, why aren't you working? Baby, please. Baby, please. Baby, please. Oh. Ah! Someone slammed something upstairs. Sometimes they have to be connected before they can be paired on a Bluetooth directly by cable. Oh, okay. So I can probably do something like that. Give me a minute. Alright, I guess we're just doing this. Ugh. Okay, hold on. Can you guys hear me still? For some reason, it turned off the audio, but it's there. I can't hear anything on my end from anything, which is insane. You can't hear me? That's rude. What the fuck? Someone downstairs. Someone just... You can hear me end the game? Alright, my audio just quit. Let me see here. You're being a brat? Yes, you are. You're being a little brat. A little monster brat. I love you. Mwah. Oh, for some reason my speakers are coming out of the... Oh, that's stupid. It set the speakers to be my fucking controller. That switches automatically with the controller. Open volume settings. Got it. Okay, so I've got it doing that, and now I need to do the Bluetooth thing. I genuinely would rather have, like, a wireless connection. Is that it? Nope. God fucking damn it. Oh, this is frustrating. Alright. I can hear you. What the fuck is slamming around? Can you guys hear that? The slamming? That's wild. Nothing, yeah. Oh, let me pee really quick. I'll be right back. Sorry, I'll be there in a minute. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes, I can hear you right now. I'll be right back. Sorry. And I am back. I've been eating the cotton candy in your walls, yes. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna... I'm going to, yeah, actually... Ow. If I do this the silliest way... Alright, silliest gameplay choice time. I decided to play this the silliest possible way. This does work. Am I sure the audio is routed to the correct speakers? Yes. Yes, I am. I have decided to instead... What? Arlie, no sorry, you're all good. I decided to instead use my cheater box. Which is a lot nicer, actually. On the keyboard behind my head? Yes. Oh, no! Oh. Oh, fuck. I can't dash yet? What the fuck? Why can't I dash yet? Fighting stick. My cheater box. I have a cheater box. Where's my dash button? What the fuck? I could have sworn I dashed sooner. No, I'm just being silly. No, I remember having a dash. Am I stupid? Oh, right, no dash cape. Right. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to handle that until I get the dash. That sucks. A Saturn Sire controller? Nah, it's all good. This is fine, trust me. This is fine and extra silly. Oh! I'm fine. It was a dream. Nobody panic. I gotta get that dash cape. You pretty sure I can just face tank that guy? You'd be wrong. Oh. I cannot face tank that guy, actually. He's scary. You want to stream together sometime? Just let me know. 1000%! I guess we just look through... do you have the Forever Winter? I'd love to drag some people through the Forever Winter with me. That's always a fun time. Motherfucker. There we go. You don't have that? That's okay. That is nothing to worry about. Oh, oop, wrong button. Ha-ha! Give me the healing energy. I am little ghost. I am little ghost! You volunteer as tribute? Good. Oh yeah, they did actually do some updates. They're cool updates, too. Very cool updates. There's a new giant mech monster. Yeah. Oh, wait, I need that. My money is up there. And a new map. Yes! Money, 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 money. Ah, fuck! I always forget about the large things that can just sort of crush into my skull. Or bug head, exoskeleton, whatever, same thing. Hello, large man. Come fight me. Oh, right, you jump. Did you hear the new Warframe news? I have not. What is the new Warframe news? Please do tell. Damn it. I really got to work on my timing. Oh, bug guy. Excuse me, sorry. I'm gonna save the little grub. Little grub, I'm sorry. I'll get to you soon. The moment I can dash, I'll get to you. I promise. I love you, little grub. I need my dash. Warframe TTRPG? Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Alright, I'm in the station. Which is good. Oh, you know what that means? That means that every single person in the entirety of Warframe is going to start creating their own, like, homebrews as soon as possible. Oh, also, the Pilgrim's Way. Travelers of Hollownest descended through verdant wilds and fungal groves to the city at the kingdom's heart. There all wishes shall be granted, all truths revealed. Hello. Right, I can't do anything against you yet. I'll get to him later. It's running off Starfinder? That's actually fucking genius. Ow! Stupid fly! Bloat fly coming after me. Rude. Come here! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! On guard, stupid animal. It is I, the little guy. I got you. Ha-ha! Oh, fuck! I'm good. We're fine. God damn it. Cass, get your shit together. Girl, you've beaten this game like 4 times. When you're doing for everyone the guy loading in the Yellow Road, is that a reference to the King in Yellow? Yes! Kind of, sort of. They're just using Starfinder 2E to be able to do Warframe stuff. Standalone also is so not part of Starfinder lore, but if this adventure does so well, Paizo is looking to work with them on more stuff to flesh out the rules. Hell yeah. Oh, I hate that sad grubman cry. I'm sorry, sad grubman. I'll be back with your children. I love you. I love sad grubman. I gotta get his kids back to him. Nice. Oh yeah. And there's the chain to go back up. Let me go over this way. Ah, I love the soundscape in this game so much. A stone door with a simple lock. Nothing there. Going for a one-shot adventure with our pre-made proto frames. It's 99 stuff. Yes! Oh my god. Warframe 99 is the best new Warframe stuff. Easy. Oh, I love the little bugs. Ha! On guard! Oh god! On guard! Ha ha! Oh! Where are you, my perfect boy? My perfect boy! Oh, hello there. Come down to explore these beautiful old ruins. Don't mind me. I have a fondness for exploring myself. Getting lost and finding your way again is a pleasure like no other. We're exquisitely lucky, you and I. I'm a cartographer by trade, and I'm working on mapping this area right now. Would you like to buy a copy of my work so far? Yes, absolutely. Acquired map. A map can be a useful thing, but it alone won't show you where you are. If you've got no head for the directions, I suggest purchasing a compass from my wife, Iselda. She's just now opening our new map shop in Dirtmouth, selling all sorts of useful things to wanderers like yourself. She'll even sell some of my old maps from time to time. I'll pop back and see her whenever I finish mapping an area. She's always so excited to see me. I love him so much. Got to head to bed. Get some good sleep, okay, Laser? Mwah! Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? Yes, I should apologize for that. Well, you spend a lot of time by yourself with just your own thoughts. You forget the niceties of conversation. My name is Cornifer, and I've always loved exploring the world. Why, when I was first hatched, I wandered off immediately, leaving my brothers and sisters and poor mother behind. That's why as soon as I could move to, I moved to Dirtmouth with my wife. A huge, unending kingdom to explore right at our doorstep. Who could resist? Anyway, I'll let you return to your travels. With a little luck, we'll meet again. Be safe and farewell. Oh, what? Yes. I love him. Going to the left. Ah, the dirty worms. Right, hold on. Haha! So, I also recently went over to a reveal with a friend on their stream too. They were big into Warframe and decided to split the difference when talking about it. I explained what Starfinder was, they explained what Warframe was. Then when we explored what was to be the collab adventure, we needed both companies' games. And then my friend asked me where I was last on Warframe, and they learned that I needed to play to catch up, and so I told her I hadn't gotten to Second Dream yet. You have a lot to catch up, yes. Saying you have to catch up is an understatement. Ah, my boy! I love you. That's another one saved. Chalk another victory up for Castlefell. Ah! It's fine. I missed my jump button. We're okay, we're safe. Second Dream changed a lot about the game. It did! Oh! Ah! Nope, back up. Oh! Ah! Fuck. Alright. Whatever. Let's go. Ow. Fuck you. Orange. Come on. Ah! Aha! Nope. Oh, oh. That's what I thought. Oh, we're going to beat you. Ooh, we can totally win. No, you cannot. Victory is mine, you fool. Your girlfriend helped you along the way? Good. Please post the clip of your friend's reaction. Yes, I would love that. Ah, you have way too many hours in Warframe. Honestly, same. I need to get back into playing it though. I just, I did the disservice of getting my polycule into it, and I have not been playing it enough. This way. Right. Want to go up there? Can't get that yet. Here we go. I wouldn't necessarily even call those things Shai Hulud, but they have the energy, so I'm proud of them. They have small Shai Hulud energy. I'm proud of them regardless. All over. And here we go. Hup! Ha! Aha! Ha! Ho, 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 ho. Over this way. Hup! Hey! Hup! Ha-ha! See? I'm doing great. You have about 6K hours in Warframe. I think accumulatively I have about that. Like a little bit, probably under that, honestly. More likely something around like 4K if I had to really put the numbers down. You definitely got me beat. Oh! It's fine. You definitely have me beat numbers wise. I'm definitely under that. Come to think of it. Worms. Worms. What's a good place to share the clip? Send it here. Just post it. Post your clip. Ooh, the station. Oh. The station. The toll machine has a symbol of the stag. Do you insert Geo? Yes. And here he comes. Let me do something really quick. Hold on. Do I have a thing for this? I don't, do I? Huh. I don't. That's unfortunate. Here. I'm gonna move right over here for a second. You will see. I love him so much. Greetings, little one. It's been an age since I last heard the ringing of a station bell. It echoed down the stagways and called me to you. I've grown stiff and tired over all these many years, and I've forgotten much. But the sound of the bell will always take me back, or call me back. These stagways stretch to the depths of Hollow Nest. If you want to travel them, hail me to the platform. I will take you wherever you need to go. To Dirtmouth. This. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Do you enjoy it? Let me see this.
Where did you last left off in Warframe? Quickly.
I am trying to get the second train.
Oh God.
I see that look.
Would you kindly
Would you kindly repeat that? This is a cute thing. This is a cute thing, and I like this. That was good. That was good. Here we go. Oh, hold on. This place. We are near the surface, I believe. There's a town here. You should take the opportunity to rest. This place was once full of travelers coming and going. It seems much quieter now. Eager to travel the Stagways? Just hop on the platform and give me the signal, and we'll be on our way soon. Oh, oh, I love him. Up we go! Oh, right. And here we are. Ordonia the cutie? True. I never thought I'd see such a thing. The Stag Station is opened. The building lay silent since before even my time. Oh, I've heard the tales of the glorious lines, a web of tunnels running all through the kingdom. Not that I'll be traveling them, mind you. I'm quite content where I am. Did you visit that strange temple? A strange building, I've heard, though I'd never dare the journey myself. The braver among us went there to pray, said they felt that peace within the walls. After a while, they stopped going. I wonder what changed. Fuck me and fuck Chicago? Fuck you! Mwah. A young couple's just recently taken up residence in the house beside the station. Seems they're running a map shop, which may excite adventurous types like yourself. She's a tall bug, the wife. I told them to take the larger house, especially given they're all empty, but they like the look of that one. By the way, she has just been, the way she has to just bend to get through the door, I wouldn't put up with it myself. Many used to come, hoping the kingdom would fulfill their desires. Hollow Nest, it was called. Supposedly the greatest kingdom there ever was, full of treasure and secrets. Now it's nothing more than a poisonous tomb full of monsters and madness. Everything fades eventually, I suppose. Feeling tired? The bench may be iron, but I assure you it's quite comfortable. There's no better place to collect your thoughts before heading below. Plus, I enjoy the company. Not that you seem the talkative sort. It's a very sad game. And in a very good way. Ah! Bafanada. Come to buy a map, have you? That's really my husband you should be dealing with, but what a surprise! He's headed down below. He'll pop back in occasionally to deliver new maps for the store, but I do wish he'd spend a little more time up here. I'm not much interested in retail myself. Now let's see what's here for me to sell. Bladewood compass, quill, bench pin, cocoon pin, vendor pin, stagway pin. All these little pins. Yes. Yes. Of all the places to end up, we picked this dreary town. I thought it a temporary stop, then my husband became obsessed with that old ruin. Now he's spending all his time down there. He argues cartography is sound business. But other than you, who's buying? Are you enjoying yourself down there in the ruins? At times my husband makes Hollow Nest sound like a wonder, but sometimes it seems a ghastly dangerous place. Oh. I love her. So what's going on with you, Bird Scout? What's got your knickers in a twist? Why are you all upset? Chicago do something to you? Like, look, I'm no huge fan of Chicago myself, okay? They invented deep dish pizza, which is, to me, a war crime. It is disgusting, and I hate it with all of my heart and soul. I don't like drinking my pizza, you see. I like eating it with my hands and mouth. I stand by that, by the way. Deep dish pizza is fucking disgusting. Wheel. Hi, bruv. How you be? Also, you could call me. I mean, bro's pretty gender neutral. Whatever. How you doing? It's not even pizza. It's not. Deep dish is fucking disgusting. It's only called like pizza because I don't know. People are generous. They're forgiving. Fuck. You stopped on this moment? What do you mean? Like in the game? God, I can't get up there yet. Damn. Deep dish is closer to lasagna. I don't know. I don't know if I'd compare it to lasagna. I love lasagna. You stopped at this moment of the game? Well, damn. It's fucking incredible. This game is a masterpiece. Genuinely. It's one of the best games I've ever played in my life. And with Silksong finally looking like it might exist, I'm very excited. Oh! There you go. You don't know what's next? Oh, honey. Oh, honey. Oh, there's so much. This game is oh god, I don't even know how many hours of just exploration and stuff going into it. There's a lot. Like a lot. I know where I'm going next at least. Into the whole crystal area thing. This and Blasphemous. I'd say play both. Blasphemous 1 and 2 are also perfect. Hey! Bury my mother, pale and slight. Bury my father with his eyes shut tight. Bury my sister 2 by 2. And then when you're done, let's bury me too. You don't know that one? It's one of my favorites. We could sing something else if you'd like. You start singing and I'll join in. I bet you have a beautiful singing voice. So, what are you down here for? If you came to get wealthy, just look around you. These mines are still bursting with riches. There's plenty for everyone. Just grab a pick and join in. Bury the knight with a broken nail. Bury the priest. Something about a crown. I can't remember the rest of that one. Maybe I just hum it. She's adorable. She's adorable. I love her. Oh, fuck. Hold on. It'll come back down. There you go. Aha! Aha! Yes. What? All right. Fine. Oh, right, I can't do anything with that until I get the slam thingy, huh? Shit. Alright. Down we go, I guess. Is there anywhere else for me to go right now? No. Okay. Let's see, is that... Which button is it on this controller? There it is. Alright, that makes sense. Alright. Back to the crossroad thing. Hook! Maybe I can maybe beat that guy. Oh, ho, ho, ho. I saved you. I love you. Ow. Ow. Fine, got the guy. Look, I got the grub. That's what matters. The only thing that matters is getting that grub. I'm proud of myself. I did the right thing. Back down we go. First time playing? Oh no, I've beaten this a few times. I've beaten this game a few times. I just forget where to go. It's been a minute. And I'm playing on a weird control. I'm playing on a cheater box controller. I'm playing on my fighting stick. You have a cheater box, bro. Nope. Come here. Give me the fancy thing. I have not gotten, like, the super ultra true ending or anything, but I have beaten the game more than once. Do you know which endings you've gotten? Did you get Pantheon 5? I did not get Pantheon 5. I am still working on getting all of the endings. Alright, can't do that yet. Good to know. I want my dash. I want my dash back. Oh, my dash and my double jump and all of my fancy things and my tears so I could go in the acid lake and all of that nonsense. And my super dash. I used to be a proper character. Hello. It's boss fight time. Ha 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 ha! Open up! Open yourself! Gross. Gross. Kicked her ass. I told you I played this game before. I'm currently on Pantheon 5. I keep dying to Absolute Radiance. Absolute Radiance is fucking terrifying. That is not right. Oh, my guy! Oh, you feel the nail like a club. How much deeper do we have to go? What? Who are you? I see this old village. What a strange dream to have led me down. What a strange dream to have led me down here. If you hadn't found me, I don't think I would have ever woken. I'm Sly. Usually I live an uneventful life up in Dirtmouth. The air in these ruins doesn't agree with me, so I'd best be getting back. If you return above, come and see me. I'm probably the friendliest face left there, and I think of you, and I can thank you properly with a good deal, or for a good deed, or for your good deed. You're exploring then, very brave. Plenty of courageous wanderers have been lost to the hunger of these old caverns. You have your nail though, and I can tell just by looking at you that you know how to wield it. Oh, he done. It's okay. I got Sly. I love him. There we go. It feels good to clutch victory like this. Fuck. Let me in! Oh, let me in! Oh! It's fine. Whatever. God damn it. Well, at least I got that done. I forgot how frustrating certain things are in this game when you don't have the movement abilities. Delicious money. Delicious money! Yum, yum, yum. Thank you for the Geo. I appreciate you. You did your best. No, come here. Up. Up. Hey, stop that. Little goobers. Little creature goobers. Up. Not going in there. Fuck yeah? Fuck yeah, indeed! Gotcha, baby! My laser was approved by our insurance? Fuck yeah! Oh, that's fucking amazing. That's what I love to hear. Fuck! I can do it. I can do it. Why not? Nope. Fuck. Nope. Nope. Yeah, whatever. I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. I don't need the Geo that bad. It's fine. Where is the victim I can use to get my stuff back? Fuck! I beat the first boss, first try, easy, GG, great. I die immediately to a fucking rando. Well, okay, I got myself killed there. I am my own greatest op. No one beats me like me. No one beats me like I beat me. Nope. Already went that way. Now this is a feeling I haven't had in a long time. Being lost in Hollow Knight. Ah! This game is so much fun! Up we go, up we go. Gimme, 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 gimme. Healing. Somewhere around all of these ruins I was, and then I got myself killed. What the fuck was that? Right? Nope, went this way already. That's right. And Rhino guy. Then normal run bug guy. And that's that. Up we go. Okay. Went really far up here. And this is about where I died. We'll go this way first. The compass is the most OP charm. The compass is a good charm, but I wouldn't say it's the most OP. A door with an open slot. I don't have the thing for it yet. I don't think the compass is the most OP one because you get so used to things eventually. I have gotten, like, I really like a lot of the combos you can get for stuff. I'm a big melee combat person. Like, I love nail combat. I think it's really, like, the best feature of the game. So, like, I don't rely on spells as much. Not that the spells are bad. I just have the most fun with nail combat. I mean, until I need to beat the game, in which case spells become the only thing that can actually handle most scenarios. But, that being said, all of the things that up your nail damage are things that I usually use a lot of. Fucking bugs. Ah! I like dodging my way back down. And make sure that I die on my own terms, you know? I can get myself back now. Hi, me! I will aim for the truest ending I can potentially get out of this, by the way. That's my goal. I can't promise anything. I'm also definitely not going to be able to beat this today. But, you know. Ah! I'm fine. It's fine. Don't worry. Everything's okay. Fuck! Now with that attitude, oh no, the game is just too long. Like, even if I beat it in this one stream, it will not physically be today by the end of it, because the game is very long. That's not even a bad thing. I'm not even being pessimistic. Like, I'm not being pessimistic at all. It's just logistically, skill issue. You know what, Viking? You know what? You don't smell very good. You're stinky. You're stinky. You stink. You stinky. You are so stinky right now. You are stinky. You smell like gym shorts. Like gym shorts and you have con smell. You have convention smell on you. You smell like a Smash Brothers tournament. How about that? How about that? How's them apples? Love you. Mwah. Smell like Aveeno body oil? No, that actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that tracks. To your credit, I did smell like gym shorts about 3 hours ago. I knew it. I could sense it. I could sense it with my brain. I always know when someone in chat has some kind of smell. True skill issue. What is this? What is this? What is this?
Got a gold.
I can't speed. I'm not speed running it. I'm not a speed runner. I don't know how speed run works. I'm not good at speed running. I can't do that. I'm sorry. I just can't. I can't do it. I'm sorry. I wish I could, but I can't. I don't know how to. I'm sorry. Literal skill issue. I wish I could. Actual skill issue. I don't know how to speedrun a video game. I've never done it before. I don't know how to do it. Ask Jeeves? I'm not asking Jeeves. I'm not asking Jeeves jack or shit. Because of dignity. He can try, he can't succeed. The only game I think I can potentially speedrun is a game where like I've beaten it multiple times recently. I would need to sit down and have beaten the game multiple times in recent memory. Because I need to remember the pathing. Oh, fuck me. Why wouldn't this be happening? Fuck! Fuck! Ow. Okay, it's fine. Fuck. Fuck! Second boss. Second boss done. Yeah! Defeated the false knight. First try, GG. City Crest, let's go. Speedrun a visual novel. I could read really fast. That's solid. That's solid. That's solid. I could probably fill that off. Woo! Hello, little guy. Geo! You gotta spend Geo to make Geo! Disco Elysium speedrun? I've never played Disco Elysium. Otherwise, I would. Yeah, I would actually do that if I could. But I don't know how to do that. 'Cause I've never done that before. It's a lot of reading. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. Up in there. Huh. Hold up. Conifer, where did you leave me? Conifer, where did you leave me? Sorry I missed you. If you're feeling lost, why not pop up to the store in Dirtmouth and purchase a map of this area, available now for an excellent price. Thank you, Conifer. Thank you very much. Alright, going this way. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I know where I am right now. Gonna do the thing, gonna do the thing, gonna do the thing. Gonna get the things that I wanna get. Gonna get the things that I wanna need. Here we go, getting the things that I wanna need. Hello, magical snail. Oh, what is this creeping out of the darkness? Maya lurking grim, a strange empty face and a wicked-looking weapon. Something important has drawn you down into Hollow Nest's corpse, but I won't ask what. Perhaps the reason you found me is because you need my help. Say no more, friend. I'm going to give you a gift, a nasty little spell of my own creation. It's just perfect for a little one like you. Huh! It runs so much better than it used to. Oh, I know. Don't be afraid. Have faith. The spell belongs to you now. All you need to do is take it. You won't be going much further without it. I promise you. What? Spell knowledge! Huh. Vengeful Spirit. Spell will deplete soul. Replenish soul by striking enemies. I have a Hadoken! I'm awake. Ashen Mesa has a lot more going on. Sweet meat, oh, well, I have to play that then. Oh, you've woken up at last. I apologize. Perhaps I should have warned you about the power of that spell. I was watching over you as you slept, but seemed to have slipped away myself. Now while we're awake, I was wondering whether you'd do me a small favor. Not as repayment for my gift, of course, simply because we're now friends. You see, a horrid great beast has made its home in the heart of this temple. Such disrespect. I'd be grateful if you were to venture deeper and slay it for me. It's a hardy creature, but with your new power, you're more than a match for it. Good luck with this small favor, my friend. Your old run strat is no longer viable? We'll have to change it. Hiya! Hup, hup, hup. Oh, right. Making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, we're homebound. And I need you, and I miss you, and I just wonder if you will walk 100 miles, and will do I? Don't pass me by. Oh, if you would wander 1,000 miles if I would just see you. Ah! I'm fine. Tonight. Alright, that's one done. Aha! Ah! I'm fine. Here we go. Here we go. Aha! Hup. Well, sucks to be them. Okay, that was just rude. That's my thing for tonight when Storm isn't playing Mary Hog with your power. Oh, I'm sorry, hun. Oh, hey! Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Down this way first before I do anything else. Hello. Nope. Come on. Nope. Ah! There we go. You're dead now. Get owned. Gimme. Soul Catcher. Equip the charm to activate its powerful abilities. Hell yeah, I'll get that a little bit later. Ah, damn, I'm good. Damn, I'm good. God damn, I'm good. We gotta go back through real quick because I feel like I missed something. We solved the problem, though. That also means we can go back through that one spot. Do-ba-da-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Ah, okay. No, we're fine. I think we're fine. Oh, I didn't miss anything. I did miss something. Yes, I was right. I was correct. As I always am. Okay, that was rude of you. That was rude of you, and I don't appreciate it. You almost murdered me, small bug creature. I don't like that. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh. Now I have cool blue goo health. Can't go up there yet, that's fine. Either way, did the thing. Also, there are so many masks here. That should get you worried. Boop. This was the game that made me really want to have a Metroidvania of my comic, by the way. Like, that's the dream, is have a Metroidvania of my comic book. Oh, so it is done. You've slain the beast. Poor thing. It must have been terrified of you. It used to be quite docile, but the rancid air in these caverns filled it with ancient rage. Still, you did what had to be done. You have my gratitude. Of course, we both know you wouldn't have made it through without that spell of mine. Thank you. Oh, look, the gate between us is opened. If you're so eager, if you're sure you're eager to move on, farewell and have faith. Whatever you're seeking, it will find you. Why do you hesitate? You got nothing more for me, I'm afraid. Though I do admire your persistence. Bench. And get you. Boom. More soul. Alright. We have yet further to unlock. I believe it was this way. I'm 50-50 on that, but I believe it's not this way. Hut. Got it. Got it. This way, maybe? Yep, this is the way. And I think over here is where that guy was guarding the area, and I want to go kill him because we just got the spell. No, I was wrong. But I still have this. You know what? That's Geo's. What's up, DC? How you doing? Can't do that until I have double jump. We'll get double jump later. Just chilling on my lunch? Nice. How's the day going so far for you? Up! You came to pat the gobble and get the hug? Well, I'll give you a smooch. Mwah. There you go. There you go. That's yours. You have that now. Hot? Very hot, yes. I know you meant your day is hot, but I'm going to take that as a compliment about myself. Okay, ba-da-ba, ba-ba, ba-ba. There we go. Already put that way. Little grabby worm fellas. Little grabby worm fellas. Both can be true. Both can be true. Two things can be true. I miss the arena. I wish I could just get straight to the arena. That's one of my favorite parts of this whole game. Of course, I need the stuff. Like, I need all of the abilities associated with, you know, what you have when you go to fight in the arena, but I wish I had them. It'd be nice. Nope, can't go that way yet. It's weird the society had so many gigantic butt plugs. You know? Just lying around. I mean, more power to them, but still. Just putting it out there. It's an odd thing to do. Oh, I can go kill that big guy, too. I'm hot and gorgeous and beautiful. Yes, that is true. You did get it correct, yes. That is the truth. That is the actual written truth that is on the Statue of Liberty. It's right underneath the other inscription, but it's there. Anything can be a sex toy if you're brave enough. True. True. I'm just speaking of the logistic size difference, you know? That's the thing I'm curious about. No. Fuck! Fuck. Nope. 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 There we go. See? I did great. I overthought it the whole time. That's what did me in. I overthought it a bunch. They need different sizes for the different sized bugs. That makes sense. That makes sense. Ah! I wake up. No. Yes. No. Wait, no, yes, this way. Right, right, I'm sorry. This is another reason why I know I can't speedrun it right now, and this is actually where I will admit a major skill issue. I don't remember the details behind directions in this right now, and that is a big factor. If I don't know those directions, I physically cannot get through this in a quick way. I do kind of remember where I am right now, though. Right, there. I'm there. Yeah, alright. And then I go, yeah, this way, to the left. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes. How big is the cult's totem now? Larger than I expected it to ever get. Especially considering that is a thing that I just kind of left on, that is a leftover from playing Cult of the Lamb. I never expected it to get anywhere. I forgot to take it off and I've just left it since then. Also, yes, that is what she said. She never expected it to get that big. You surprised her. Ow. Ow. I'm fine. Oh yeah, I lost all that money. Whatever, it's fine. I'll worry about that when I get to it. I forgot that I had like 700 something geo on me. Up. There it is. I went the other way around. Oh shit! Well, look, I got it back. I got it back, okay? That bug has 2 victories on me, and I don't like that. Son of a bitch! This is ridiculous. Bro really said, not in my house, right? Bro said, you got your stuff back. Nah, I'ma keep it. He hit me with the miles. I'ma do my own thing. It's ridiculous. Ow. Fuck! Fuck! Hold up. Mayor McCheese, hello! I am getting them platforms. I'm doing a great job. Platforming like crazy. He hit me with the free titty stare. He did. And now he has made an enemy for life. Nope. I decided to hit him with the Yeetus Deletus ability. I decided to remove him from the census. My guy thought that he was him. He was most assuredly not him. Nope. Sucker! Sucker! Hey, large guy, are you still here? You still here? Eat a dick. Gotta up that score? I actually think that I got way higher on that score. Can we get a shout out for the Mayor McCheese, please? Mayor, how you be doing? What be going on, the Mayor McCheese? How be ye, sweet Mayor of the Mickest of Cheeses? Mwah. But yeah, you want me to up that score? I'll up that score. I got you, buddy. I got you, Bubba. I'll do it. Hold on. No, I hear that. I hear that sad noise. I hear sadness. I hear crying. Where are you? Aha! I knew it! I knew it! They will not keep you, my sweet son! I love you! I love him. Grubble babies! I want to plush up one so bad. I love them. I love them so much. They're my boys. They're my sweet boys. My sweet grubbies. My sweet little guabs. Well, this is bad. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Now there's a guy I gotta kill somewhere around these parts. And I'm gonna find him. And I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna stab him in the heart. Not him. But I am gonna kill him. That is a thing. Stop it. You got one hit in. Don't act like you big. Because you're on your back now. You died. Up, up. I'm going the right way. I'm going the way I wanna go. I'm going the way. I'm going the way I wanna go. I'm going the way. Back up here. I went back up the well. Back up the well right over here. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna talk to you. Bafanada. Bafanada. I could listen to her say that forever. Ah, my friend. Oh, what a turn. Our shopkeeper's come home. Just wandered back in. I know for grand tales of his time below, but he seems to remember almost nothing. Maybe it was all too much for him. If you're interested in his wares, watch out. He drives a hard bargain, that one. No competition, that's the problem. It's bad for the market. Not that he's complaining. I used to think the kingdom below was all dead cold rock, but I have since been told different. Travelers speak of startling variety in hollowness caverns. Even just besides those crossroads, there's meant to be an area filled with leafy greenery. I told those same travelers about the wonderful grasses that grow around the town. They didn't seem impressed. I love him. I love Elderbug. Hey, Sly!
GOBLIN. Hello, how do we meet again? How do you like my cozy little store? I've made myself pretty comfortable here, selling old trinkets to travelers like yourself.
That's Sly's voice. That's his canon voice. I'm okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little tired. My belly a little bit rumbly, but my head a little bit hurty. But you know, that's what comes with the territory. I'm all right overall.
If you're planning a trip below, I have several items that may improve your chance of survival. Optimus Geo. Optimus Geo. Optimus Geo.
Oh, rented egg. Yes. Give me rented egg. I need that. Give me the mask shard. I need that too. Oh! 1 shard of mask.
Optimus Geo. Optimus Geo.
Give me the other mask shard. Wish you could take those hurts and ball them into critical mass and splash them on Jimmy Fallon. Honestly fair.
Optimus Geo. Optimus Geo. Optimus Geo.
I love him so fucking much. My god. I'm also going to need that, the Lumen Fly Lantern, because that'll get rid of the darkness we saw earlier. Also, I see they've opened the mapping shop across the way. I suppose a little competition is healthy. Perhaps they should start to sell maps as well. Or is that a little aggressive? All's fair in a world made of Geo. Pockets feeling empty? If you need more Geo, take a trip into the ruins below and hunt around. Just take care not to fall into a haze, and we'll be coming down to rescue you.
Optimus Geo.
Bye for nada. And away we go. Back into the station. To the Forgotten Crossroads! I love him. So I love this the whole world of this is so beautiful. Since Silk Song has been confirmed to actually exist and I can stop hallucinating, I feel a little bit differently about this. Alright, the Forgotten Crossroads. That means I'm down on the bottom right. And up to the top left, that is where I need to go for that one thing. But, let's go here first. Right, that's where that is. So I should go back up and go to the left because that's where the one guy is guarding, the little armadillo dude that I can kill with this now. Like, kill with my ghosty sploosh ability. I can kill him next. Oh, well, you know what? Exploring on foot's probably... No. Doing this better. Up. By the way, if you like my comic and you want to see it, I've got a Patreon for only $1 a month. You could go and support me to make it there. I'm working on the comic, and that it helps a lot if you go and support me there. You can also go read the comic book, and if, I don't know, say maybe you're a streamer with a large platform and you like what I do and you want to send people that way, well, I won't say no to that because it's a gigantic fucking help. Especially considering I don't do networking very well, and I'm always looking for people that can assist me with things. Let's go use that rancid egg. By the way, we've got recording coming up like very soon. As soon as I can do some recording for the rest of the lines for the motion comic, we're going to be doing that, and then I will be continuing to work on stuff. Oh, I need the small key for that. Right. There we go. And I only say that thing about the other thing because, you know, I know I have streamers in the community who stream, and they've been like, "How can I help?" before, and that's how. That's the way. That's the way people can assist directly. Hey, big guy. Woohoo! Yay! Thank you. Wee! Woohoo! Hello! 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 I love them so much. I love them. God, I love them. I don't know if it's weird for me to say things like, you can support me by telling your community about the thing that I'm making, if you like it, but I've been told that other people do that, and that it's not considered, like, an atrocious affront to dignity or indecency. So I just take it on that kind of term and be like, alright, I guess if people say it can do that. I always feel weird about it, because people have made me feel weird about it. Oh. Oh, oops. Alright. Gotta do this bullshit. Oh! Every time I do the thing where, like, you bounce on stuff, the pogo stick thing, I get reminded of the Path of Pain, and I feel agony in my soul. For those of you who aren't familiar with the Path of Pain, it is an entire area where every bit of the ground, every bit that you interact with, all of it is made out of those spikes and various traps, and the only way through is... Oh, God. Hello, Brooding Mawlick. Ow. Ow. Fuck! Fuck! I love the Path of Pain. So do I. That's the first boss I've lost to. I do not miss the Brooding Mawlick. But I remember where Brooding Mawlick is now, and that's pretty cool. I really do not miss the Brooding Mawlick. That is one of my least favorite boss fights in the game. The Path of Pain is the only place that's gonna make make me truly rage. The Path of Pain is infuriating. The one that did it for me, right, was not the Path of Pain. I eventually triumphed over that in my main playthrough. The one that I had on my PS4. The one that did it for me was the lily. The walking the lily through everything, if you know what I'm talking about. There's an item that you get that's a singular flower, and you can give it to any NPC in the game. And I wanted to give it to the Elder Bug, because it meant something to me. And that was extremely hard to do. Because if you get hit at all on the way back, or if you take the stag, or if you take any kind of shortcut, if you do anything other than walk and survive your way through it, then you, you lose the flower, and you have to start all the way over again. And it's basically at the bottom of the entire map. The Lily Quest. Yep. I'm gonna hold off on going to the Brooding Mullet because I know there's another spot that I'm supposed to go to. And I want to go to that first before I handle that boss. Because I can make it easier on myself instead of just going to that. Because, like I said, I hate that boss a lot. Like, I don't even have any nail arts yet. Then again, I could take him on. I hate fighting that guy, though. I don't have fun doing it. Then again, I could do it. I could choose to not... Oh, I could choose to not be a baby about it. Ow. I only did the Lily for the Fallen Mantis. I forget the Fallen Mantis thing entirely. I just remember doing the Lily quest. And it being hard. And me liking that it was hard. Of course, I did, you know, like I said, feel unremittent rage, but still. Alright, I know where he is, which is fine. I'm supposed to go this way first, and that's good. We'll go this way. God damn it, come on, man. Send the guy. That's annoying. I feel so dumb for getting hit by that so many times. But alright, we're here. Here we go. That's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Greenery! Green! 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 Ah, the green path. Green path is really cool. It is one of my favorite themes. Oh, and these guys! I love these guys. Little guys. Honestly, the Path of Pain, the Colosseum, and the Pantheons are my favorite parts of the game, at least gameplay-wise. I fucking love the Colosseum. I always love a good Colosseum kind of game. Like, any kind of time there's, like, a big get in here and just fight kind of thing, I am obsessed with it. I love that in games. Ow. And the Colosseum was incredibly well designed in this one. I need that for the Hunter's Log. Wait, I don't have the Hunter's Log right now. I will need that later for the Hunter's Log. Ah! Sippy! Why? I was on a ledge! You monster! I was on a ledge! I did not get acid bathed! How dare! I miss having the tier. I can't, I come, breaking up with Breaking Vishojo news. They don't exist anymore, right? They broke up. Like, it's gone. The company's over. Which I think is very funny. Is that what you're talking about, Brody? That's part 1 of 2? Oh, what's part 2? Are they getting sued? Did they get the did Iron Mouse get the money? Because I fucking hope she did. I love the mouse. Tell me the breaking Vishojo news. Suddenly, criminally listened to story messaging to the town that off the bully. Oh yeah, Rex, the one guy, the town killed. I love that story. There are a bunch of, they owe a bunch of VTubers a shit ton of money. Yeah, oh, 1000%. Yeah, Vishojo fucked up bad. I regret ever offering to be part of their terrible, pathetic, beneath me company. Hornet! 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 Hornet, hi! Oh. Everybody's got a crush on Hornet. Everybody loves Hornet. She gay, which is cool. Part 2, Iron Mouse started the GoFundMe to hopefully get some of the money to donate to charity. 1.3 million in 3 days has been raised. Fuck yeah! So that means that even though they stole, like, Vishojo stole the money, she's getting it back for the charity. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking amazing. Yes, almost 3 times the amount as of today. Fuck yes! If Iron Mouse is on later, I will raid her. Not that she needs it from me, but I will raid her. Ah! I'm fine. Ah! I'm fine. Told you I'm fine. See? Fine. I love Green Path so much. It's so cool. Come here, guy! You died. I get to have my first boss fight with Hornet soon, and Hornet is one of my favorite fights in the entire game. I'm fine. I get a little scared. Hello, Elwise, how you be? How be the Elwise, I just get attacked by a Hornet at the house. I am so fucking sorry, hun. If it makes you feel any better, I'm gonna beat Hornet up after this. I'm gonna win. Carnifer's here! Carnifer! My guy, my goat, yo! Isn't this a contrast from the crossroads? Such a humid, lively place. The roads twist and turn in the most wonderful ways. I've done my best to chart the area ahead, though I must admit some of the area's inhabitants prove quite a nuisance. Would you like a map of the area? Yes. Yes, I would, Conifer. Thank you. I ran into another traveler as I made my way down here. I tried to call out to her as she dashed past, but she barely even glanced in my direction. Not an appreciator of maps like you and I, obviously. Conifer, the goat. Well, the bug, but you get what I mean. Hurrah! 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 Come here. Come here. Both of you. Come here. Come here. Come here. Ah! I'll do good, potato. How you be? I'll be the potato. How does the potato do? Grub! 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 I said grub. Ah! Damn it. Ah! Come here, come here, get me, do it, do it, do it. You won't. It won't. Aha! Give me that Geo! Geodios! Arlie, what have you done to me? Geodios! Hornet! Ow. Ah! Ow. Ow. I'm fine. What's back here anyway? Oh, there we go. To those who stray from the White King's roads shall face the law of Un. Thanks, I guess. Good to know. Exploding eyeballs? Sort of. Even though it's an Italian restaurant, you may, wait. Everything is an Italian restaurant if you try hard enough. You're not wrong. You need to watch some lighthearted stuff? You do, hun! You deserve something lighthearted and good. Oh! Hello, little bush creature. Oh, I hate those. Hey, boys. Oh, oops. Oh. Well, that's an acid thing. Such hard work being a little guy. Running around as just a little guy. Alright, into the creepy room. Out of the creepy room. I really need the light for this. Tell VTubers from each other, can experts... Wait, what's up? If people can tell VTubers from each other, can one of you experts identify this one for me? Sure. Is it me? It might be me. It's probably not me. That's Iron Mouse.
Ew! This was quite... Oh, God! Do that all the time! With
That's Iron Mouse! You sent an Iron Mouse! First time playing or a replay? Oh, replay. Replay, hun. I've played this plenty of times. I love this game. Thank you. Of course! That was Iron Mouse. That was the Irony Mouse. Up! Oh. Mistake on my part there. Ah! Fuck! Fuck! Fantastic game. True! There you go. Haha! Oh. Oh, I know this spot! Oh, here's where it gets weird. We get weird and bubbly now. Ah, the jellyfish. I hate all of you. Just the fucking worst. Just the absolute fucking worst. I love these guys. This should lead me out over here. Yep. Oh, right, can't go there yet. How the hell do you get past all of this, Confer? You silly man. I need to get my shadow dash soon. Wait, what was that? What was that? It was nothing. Okay. Conifer strong as fuck. True! True! He just built different. He built strong. Ow! Woo! That was spicy. That was spicy. Can't go here yet. There we go. Stag station coming through. Hell yeah. Let me get that stag station first. Always get your stag stations. Babes, pros, and non-binary hoes, always get your stag station. Always. The Queen Station. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Take your Geo. Take your Geo. Take your Geo, baby. Where's the up? Yeah, baby. Let's go. Stag bro. Avvesodo. Ah, that gladdens me. The Queen Station is open once more. This place was a bustling hub of travel, well placed for travelers visiting the outer edges of the land. You're quite the explorer to have found this. I love him. I love him. We just keep going. We just keep going. Stag bro is the best bro. I love him. Can't go that way yet. Yep, can't go out that way yet. That's okay. Up! You! Tall neck lady! Tall neck lady! Hey, tall neck lady! Come here! Hi. Oh, come in search of treats, have you? I chanced upon a unique little fungus growing right above us. I found it only in this station. The taste is just fine. This place has once been quite the hub. Built the border between two lands. The misty drop on one side and those bulbous growths on the other. Neither place seems particularly welcoming, so while my little treats last, I think I'll stay right here. Feel free to stop by any time, though I do like the quiet in this station. A little company is always good for oneself. Yeah. I love her. Yeah. Bop. You made a Hollow Knight OC once? You know, honestly, fair and correct choice. Can't go over that way yet. I won't make the jump. Wait a minute. Nope. Can't do anything in the Queen Station yet. I need double jump to get that or my dash. But I'm glad I have it. We go further. Hither and thither do we wander. Hello? You? Hi! Hello there, dearie. I was about to close up shop and run till you came along. I am providing a banking service if you're interested. Losing one's geo is a terrible thing, and it's so much more likely if you carry it about on yourself. My vault is much more secure. In all my time as a banker, I've never lost a single geo. Maybe you'd consider opening an account? Sure. Mirabelle, the banker. You're a smart one. Next time some dreadful beastie gets the best of you, you'll be glad to know your geo's safe with within my vault. Now let's do some banking. Here you go. Why don't I deposit all of this for you? It'll be fine. Goodbye then. Stay safe.
Geo.
You may be able to hide what you've done from the people, but I am the eyes of God and can see you for what you are, Mirabelle the banker. I wish upon you nothing but an endless death, a sorrow everlasting, thirst never quenched, hunger never sated. I wish for you, Mirabelle, nothing but agony. You disgusting, aberrant pustule on the soul of all that could have been decent.
Geo, Kalala.
I wouldn't trust that lady with my life. I wouldn't trust her with anything. Here's half spider, half mantis. Oh, that's awesome. I gotta make a bugafell. I gotta make a Bugafell. I'll sit down and I'll make a Bugafell. Ow! Fuck! Fair. Ho! A sniper, that one. God damn. That was beautiful. That was an incredible shot. Ah! Ah! Yeah. Okay, playing this on my my fight stick is actually one of the more satisfying things I've gotten to do. This is actually really great. Living ICBMs, they are really cool. I will make a Bugafell tonight and then I will post it to the Discord, okay? I would say she's very trustworthy. Fair. Yep, very trustworthy. Just the most trustworthy kind of creature. Mwah. Woo! Hurrah! Fuck. Aha! Ha ha! Take that! My dodging skills can sometimes be quite competent, you see. I do really love this area a lot, by the way. Holy shit! I forgot they could do that! I forgot they could turn around mid-flight to get you! That was awesome! Oh, that was awesome. Right, I can't go anything in here yet. You agree, you trust? Well, you'd be a fool. You'd be a fool too. But you know what? I believe in you. I believe in you, though you a fool. Though a fool you may be, I find the kindness in your heart to be agreeable. Right, can't go that way yet. Gotta go this way. Fog Canyon, baby! Yeah! Ow. 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 Oh. Woo! Woo! I imagine Bugafell has moth floof. Bugafell would have to have moth floof. There's no way I could not have that. Yep, thought so. Be my shadow dash. Gabadoo, guabadoo, grabadoo, do 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 do. What? Hello, how you been, Dane? What you doing? Ah, blue, blood, thing, gimme. Yummy, yummy, give. A hollow nest seal. Incredible. I've done what I needed to do. Imagine being slapped by lightning. I will find you where you sleep, and I will do something to you that you will not forget. Ow. Ow. You're alive? How be you? I be alive. You know, I'm around. Imagine stepping on a needle. the moment I can, I'm going to come over to where I know you live, because I actually, for those of you who don't know, I've known Dane for over a decade. I will come to your house, and I will hang out, and then I will actively hang out while you're not there. And then I will call you and say, "Yay, you just missed me! Hey, you just missed me!" And then I'll leave. Also, yeah, I have no memory of where Mothwing Cloak is. At all. I don't remember. Like, actually don't remember. That's not me being silly. Eat all of Dane's cheese. Dane has very basic taste in cheese, so I would never do that. Dane eats things like single slice American cheddar as a gourmet thing, which is normally very fine. You know, normally, okay, cool, great. You know, single slice American cheese. It's tasty. It's delicious. I love that. It's it'll melt without breaking. It's emulsified. The problem is Dane thinks things like Swiss or pepper jack are disgusting. Hornet has the cloak. Right. Right. I forget. I'm wrong already? No, I'm right. I'm right. Bitch, don't try me. I know. Also, Hornet has the cloak. Okay, good. Right, I gotta go find Hornet. I ate bags of Fiesta as a fashion. Yeah. 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 But have you? Have you? Hath thou? When hath thou? Also, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, yes. Oh, indeed. You, a reminder of where she is? Yes, actually, that would be nice. Well, I'm proud of you for broadening your culinary horizons. Izatatsu? Izatatsu! My lord, name changed! Just last week? Alright, that's fair. Name change, powerful. Green path? That very much... You know what? I'm glad you said green path, because that narrows it down quite a bit. I'm teasing. Actually, I'm fine with you just saying green path. I know she's in green path, for sure. I just forget how to get the fuck out of here. Tatsuo has become comfortable with their gender. Good! Tatsu is a wonderful. Gender is an often difficult thing to parse. Trust me, I would know. But I am glad you have become at peace with yours. I am proud of you. And hello, Ewash. Mwah. Ah! Can I... Yeah, I can. Can't. No. Here we go. Into green path. There we are. I'm convinced that gender is soup, and people who want to make gender a problem clearly have, yeah, they have an issue understanding basic anything. People who can't understand, like, that gender is a spectrum, genuinely have it, have an inability to understand very basic concepts about life. Those things sound like farts? They do! They sound like little farts. It's gross. Am I playing on an arcade stick? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am playing on my cheater box. It's what I have instead of a controller. I'm sorry it makes so much clacky noise. I will be animating a thing for myself, like, on model, where I can just, like, you'll be able to see me hold the controller so it's less weird. Yes, those sounds should be familiar to you. Here we are, back to green path. love those guys. Oh yeah. The cocky parts are the best part. Oh, I know. It's just it's weird when you're not seeing it to me. So I'll be making a thing where I'm like playing a controller with my hands. Come on. That's what I thought. Up. Hello, Hornet. I'll be there in a minute. Hold on. Just need to remember where everything is. Or, the model stays the same. The chair just grows in arms and operates the fighting stick. That would be pretty cool, too. I could do something like that. Wow! And, yep. Not going in there yet. What's up? I just had the most goated run in Night Rain. Fuck yeah. Is it going to be a stick controller or a fighting stick? It will be a fighting stick. It will be a fighting stick. This was actually a gift from Duke Desiree. He gifted this to me, and I've treasured it ever since. Some days I have issues playing with it, but I need to get better at it. I should be using this for most video games, honestly. I'm just trying to make sure I know exactly where I am. Ow. And get all the fancy things in the way so I don't have to worry about that. Now that I know where Hornet is, I can go do the boss fight, which is one of the best boss fights in the game, I will say. Like, I stand by that. I stand by that. I already said Duke, but I thought you were going to say Duke Devlin from Yu-Gi-Oh! Duke Devlin! I mean, Devlin is a fighting stick enjoyer, but I don't know. I mean, okay, here's my thing. I think that Duke Devlin plays with a fighting stick. Joey Wheeler plays with an Xbox controller that he bought at a Walmart. Tristan plays with a PS5 controller that he got, and he doesn't stop telling people about how fancy it is, right? He doesn't stop telling people about how cool and fancy it is. Tia plays with whatever controller she's handed, and Yugi Moto plays with a Wii Stick and Nunchuck because he thinks it's more of a challenge. That's my headcanon. Is it bad that I can say, that I can get anywhere on this map because I have it memorized? No, that's actually a really, really good power. No steel cape, comfy? You must gift me cape! Hornet, help me! Hornet, please! That little is great. Tristan comes off as an Atari stick kind of guy. Now, I'm telling you, Tristan is the type of dude to spend the extra money on the controller. Oh, by the way, Seto Kaiba uses a prototype PlayStation 6 controller. Oh, and Yami uses a what are they called? What is it called? Damn it, I'm blanking on it. What's the name of the controller? It's not an N64. It's definitely not an N64. Me playing with my stick in public? Yeah, of course. It's not an N64. It's GameCube. GameCube. Yami Yugi plays with the GameCube controller. Kaiba uses Vive controllers. That makes sense. Mokuba uses Mad Cat's controller. 1000%. He rich, he gonna flaunt. That's why I say he uses a PlayStation 6 controller. That shit's not even out yet. He's developing it. I'm also putting him past his early stages where, the evil version of Seto Kaiba uses a, unplugs your controller. He uses whatever you're using, but he unplugs your controller. Mokuba uses the unplugged controller. Bakura shoots you. Bakura says, okay, let's play Street Fighter, and then shoots you in the chest. Instead of not using a VR headset. Well, if you're playing against Seto, you're playing a game in VR against him for sure. Bakura just fucking shoots you in the chest. Alright, mate, let's play! And then he like smiles with that weird Millennium smile and then shoots you. Damn it. Mokuba uses the steering wheel to play fighting games. I like that a lot. Ow. Sit down and play Smash with Bakura. He sets on a revolver. You're playing Super Smash Roulette. Bakura's like, what's the matter? Didn't you want to play a game? From moss and leaf our life strong. While it grows upon the path, we shall never wilt. Ma used a custom controller that looks like Happy Lady Wings. Yes. Let's see who else. Maximilian Pegasus uses a what would Pegasus use? I can't go that way yet. Maximilian Pegasus. What would Pegasus use? Pegasus would use a dual disc, like an actual dual disc. Like, he'd get the plastic toy, and then he would set it up to where, like, when he presses buttons on the dual disc, it activates different things. No, he uses a PS1 controller? I stand corrected. I'm sorry. That's too good. That's gotta be it. One of those cartoon children controllers? No, he's gotta be using PlayStation 1. You nailed it. You nailed it right away. Babes, you nailed it right away. Where the fuck am I going? Where the fuck am I? Pegasus loved Crash Bandicoot. That is so perfect. Pegasus loving Crash Bandicoot. That has to be canon. That has to be canon. Like, there's no way that's not, right? I nail something. I'm a triple shooter. Something. I get hit with, I'm not sure. You did a great job. That is a perfect, like, version of this. No. His thing is tunes? Yeah! He's got a giant poster of Jessica Rabbit in his house. Also, he was just married to Jessica Rabbit. Maximilian Pegasus' wife was just Jessica Rabbit. Oh, no! Right, can't go that way yet. He's got a poster of Popeyes that just says, I yams what I yams! Isn't there supposed to be a bug that comes this way? Or am I losing my mind? I'm losing my mind. Wait, I'm thinking of a different thing. I am what I am, and that's what I am. Maximilian Pegasus drawing Popeye the Sailor Man on Yami Yugi, and then Popeye jumps off the card and beats the living shit out of him is exactly what I expect to happen at any given moment. Might need C-dash? Yeah. Clever little bugs. Oh, that's gonna be a meme right away. I've got to save that when I can. Actually, I'll make that later on. Somebody remind me to make a clever little bugs meme. Like, DM me about that. Yeah. It's gonna be a Galactus thing. I need to have that. I need to get on that before anybody else does. Someone else is gonna make it if I don't, and I'm gonna be the one to make it. I'm gonna make the clever little bugs joke. It'll say something like, when I see the ants on my something something, do a thing. I'll think of something clever later, but I have to do it. DMs it to me? Thank you. I have some time to think about it, but I'm gonna make it. I will have this happen. You clipped it? Thank you. It's a weird thing to clip, but it will let me. I will remember it. Basically, I'm gonna have at a point in the new Fantastic Four movie, Galactus says "clever little bugs," and I want to make a thing where it's like when the ants in my backyard learn my door, when the ants in my backyard steal my social security card and order all of my steal my identity and then order all of my DoorDash to their anthill instead of my house. Or something like that. You get the idea. When Bug does something silly and then I say that the bug has done something silly. And then Galactus says clever little bugs. Cause bugs. Is it that funny? I don't know. But it's in my head and someone's gonna do it and I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be the one to have it. Okay? Or like when the 5G microchips in my blood, or the 5G ants in my blood tell me to not... remind me to take my silly pills, and then my abusive girlfriend vanishes. Clever little bugs. What? Thoughts on Grim Troop? Objectively perfect. Hello, Alex! How you be? Like posting something incredibly like schizophrenic and insane and having him say that would make me happy. It's not a thing. It's not a thing to clip. I use the cadence someone. Wait. I used the cadence someone said something about that I remember I was thinking about at the time. That's fair. Similar tastes? Yes. The Grim Troop is beautiful and I love them. I just have the big titty orc lady, big titty orc goblin, but yes, that's me. Mwah. Hello. I'm at I just have the Jurassic Park scene with the raptors. Just need that read in the Ultimate Nullifier. Okay, that is an excellent idea. There we go. And by the way, if anybody on Twitch doesn't know why I answered that, is because I'm also on YouTube right now. I'm simul streaming, and Corbin's channel just asked me if I was a big titty orc lady, and I specified Goblin. Also, Office changes the UI to make you click Copilot by mistake. Clever little bugs. See what I mean? See what I mean? It'll be perfect. It'll be perfect. It'll be beautiful. Clever little bugs. Goober Goblin Lady? Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair thing to call me. That I am's what I am's. Hey! Leave him alone! Leave the goat out of this! Come here, come here. Come here, mini boss. Come on. Fight me! Don't sit there all like you're not gonna do something and tell your goons to come get me. Fight me! Get over here! Get over here and fight me! Come on, loser! Come on! Ugh, God, you suck. Come on. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh! Come here! Alright, whatever, I'll do it like this. I'll do it like this. You've pressed my hand. You've pressed my hand. You forced me. Check out DMs later? I shall. You forced my hand! Gotcha. Suck it, loser! I bow. You! Get up! Get up! There you go. What's up?
So what do you think you're doing? You dare come between me and my prey? Does I have any orders to scurry about getting in the way and causing bother? Know this, cur. I am Zolt the Mighty, a knight of great renown. Cross me again and you'll find out why they call my weapon Life Ender. Alright. What are you still bothering me for? I'm a knight. I'm not interested in your childish games. I need my rest. Begone, lest I draw my nail.
You know.
Alright, see you later, man. Glad to save your life. I love Zote. I love him. Dude was in Fantastic Four, then he would just kill Galactus the moment he showed up, and the rest of the movie would have just been Doom making fun of Reed. Actually, about that, Doom cannot kill Galactus. He is not that good. As much as Doom talks shit, he is not as smart as Reed Richards. And trust me, Doom talks major shit. Damn it. Where the fuck is Hornet? Girl, where'd you go? Oh! I'm fine. Huh. Okay. Okay, I got this. I got this. I'm smart. I can do this. I'm a smart cookie. About to give a minor speedrun strat that might help you get with getting the Hornet? Potentially. Sure. double jump to get through that. Up! Let me in! Aha! Ha 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 ha! Give me my blue goo! Give me my goo! Thank you for the goo. I love you. Mwah. Goodbye. I got my goo. Oh, and obviously, the greater mind once dreamed of leaf and cast these caverns so. In every bush and every vine, the mind of Un reveals itself to us. Do you recall the area where Hornet was on the ledge before zooming backwards? If you pogo off that one mosquito bugs, you can get straight to the boss fight without taking the longer alternative path. That's a good point. I did not even think about that. Holy shit, that's smart. Hold up. Ah! Ow! Stop it! You're being rude. Very rude to me. Very mean. Meanie bo beanie. No. Beanie bo beanie. Very rude. Very hurt my feelings. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry later. I'm gonna cry later. I'm roughly on the right path. Yep. The little noises they make. He's adorable. Ha ha! Ha ha! On guard, fuck creature! Alright, here we go. Hey guys, come here. Nope. Hup. Hup. There you go. Yes! 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 Oh, yeah. I'm a goddamn champion! So, you're going to let my grub friend loose? I do not, this is not a request. Ow. Okay, hold on. I'll be back, I'll be back, I'll be back. Hold on. Hold on now. Give me a minute, grub friend. I'll be right there. I love you. I love him. This looks interesting. Hold on now. There we go. Alright. Let's go save our grub friend. I just wanted to make sure I wouldn't die in one hit. Alright. Back to saving grubs. Go around this way a little bit. Go around here. On guard. Hup. Hup. Ah! Sucker! Sucker! Hup! Hup! Ah! Ah! Ha-ha! Hello, friend! Grub! 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 I love him. Those grubs are everything to me. I love them with all my heart and soul. I want a grub plushie. Little grub plushie that can hang out in my room. Oh, fuck one of you again. God, once I get a stronger nail, you are fucked.
Come on. Go ahead. Go ahead. Come on. There we go. Once I get a better nail, he's doomed. He's doomed. I really want to get a better nail. That involves getting the ore and everything. Sure you want a stronger nail? Something like bosses scale their HP using the nail? Yeah, of course I want a stronger nail. The green children walked from their dream unto these lands. Here we now shall wait, patient, for the call of the return. And enjoy your lurk, Scribbler! Mwah! Why would I not want a stronger nail? Stronger nail is cooler. Better fights. Oh! Ha ha! Ha ha ho! Hello, Hornet! Come no closer, ghost. I've seen you, creeping through the undergrowth, stalking me. This old kingdom, a terrible thing awakens. I can smell it in the air. I know what you are. I know what you tried to do. I can't allow it. Let's go! Let's go! Oh, fuck, right, you do that. Up! Up! Oh, fuck! 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 No! Oh, I misjudged it. Markoth gets more HP. No, I understand that. I'm here for that. I want that. I'm fine with that. I don't have any issue with that at all. I'm completely fine with certain things being more difficult if I have, like, more HP. I think that's cool. That makes me happy. I like it. I also really like upgrading my nail, because it's upgrading my cool sword. Fuck. Oi! Ah. And I like upgrading my cool sword. I'm a masochist confirmed? Yes, I'm a sadomasochist. If you must know. A little pain in the right spots feels downright incredible. That's just true. I love Dark Souls. I love playing like Bloodborne and Dark Souls and stuff. Those. Yes. Of course I'm a masochist. How would I not be? Me too. It's a good way to be. Oh, right. Not this way. Right, not this way. This way. Just ran into a YouTube that reminded me of family. Oh, wait. That moved it from Texas to Russia. Yeah. No. Yep. America was too woke, so we had to go to the front lines, and now... Oh, sorry, he had to go to Russia, and now he's on the front fucking lines in Ukraine. I am so happy that that happened to that guy, because it is the exact kind of thing that should happen to everybody like that. Oh, America's too woke. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like that they like gay people in America. Oh, well, fuck off, baby. Childish dipshit. I have no sympathy for those kinds of people because at the end of the day, what they're complaining about is not like... what they're complaining about is having to know what empathy is. Having to become a better person. Having to grow.
which they find unacceptable. Like, they can't stand that they have to grow as a person. They can't stand empathy. It's pathetic. Oh, right. That's over here. Right. Damn it! Little guy got me. The little guy got me. Missing in action means dead because if the Russian government says that they are dead and the family gets a bunch of money. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is true. Like, I feel bad to the family to an extent because, you know, that sucks. Just, I'm not heartless. That does suck. However, you know, however, my sympathy is drained very quickly when somebody's entire reason for leaving the country is, I don't like that it likes certain people. I want to be able to hate certain people. And it's like, alright, bud, made your bed. Go take a nap in it. Alright. Oh, wait, hold on. I saw a thing. Where'd that stag station go? Go over here real quick. Alright. America is too woke. A kid shouldn't have two dads. Funny, because your kid won't grow up with... Yeah, now your kid's gonna grow up without a dad. Wild how that happens. And again, I would legitimately have sympathy if not for the fact that their entire ideology is built around hatred. Like, I feel bad for the kid. I feel bad for the wife, to an extent. She had to okay with a lot of this. But like, dog, you left the country to go to an autocracy because you were mad at gay. You've opened several stag stations now, haven't you? I'm thankful for the opportunity to once more travel through the kingdom. As I visit more places, I feel my memories returning to me. Like the stagways of my mind are running once more. Continue to open the stations and you'll have my deepest gratitude. I love him. I burped. I'm full of burps today. I'm borping. I'm borping. Alright, Hornet. Me and you, lady. Me and you, girl. I am the goblin of your dreams. You are the tiny, horrifying bug creature of mine.
Garama!
Garama!
Shaw! 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 Shaw!
Legale! Fuck! 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 Yeah! Whew! Now that was a fight! Oh, yeah! The Mothwing Cloak. Oh.
would it seek to break the seals. They cannot be undone. They must be undone. Let us sleep, little shadow. Return to your darkness. Allow us our peace. Oh! Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. God, I love this game so much. Feels good. Feels good. Hold on. Look at that. Yeah. Oh! Okay, I thought we were gonna talk. Hey, so... Hello there! Seems you both tread far from the path. But hardly believe those dusty old highways led to such a lush and green place. The building suggests some form of worship, though its idol has clearly been long forgotten. Doubles equally well for a moment's respite. I saw a strange fellow out there. He seemed quite taken by the lake. I planned to offer greeting, though figured I'd first tend to my nail on chance our meeting goes poorly. Bud? Buddy? Can we be friends? Buddy? Can we be friends? Friend? Nope. Oh. Nope. A little shocked I don't have a cute skin for the knight. Why would I have a cute... The knight doesn't have any skins. He's just like that. Your name looks like a fine instrument, but it's showing signs of wear. I'd wager up there wouldn't take you far. Down here, however, I suspect you'll soon be dangerous. Dangers the surface a world can't match. Oh, up there it would take you far. Hollow Nest is perfect for vigilant explorers like us. So tense and thrilling. In this place, you're either alert or you're dead. How's the adventure going? It's going well. Does the knight have little outfits I can put on him? Is that a thing I can do? Because I've never seen that. I'm not aware of any time that I can give the knight a cool costume. Because I would. Oh, with mods? Oh, that makes sense. What controller should I get for fighting games? I would suggest a fighting stick. That is a controller that is like a box kind of thing. Like the box with the stick and the buttons. It's also good for arcade games. Ow. Oh, ow. There we go. Here goes the Chronicles of Mysteria D&D arcade games? Yes, it would go. It would. It would. God, I want those. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Little Radiance, Little Grim, member of Butterfly, the guy from Goblin Slayer, that's just some. If you can send me a link to that, I would like to check those out. That would be really cool. Actually, if I could make a little... No, I don't know. If I could draw one, if I could make one, I would do that. I mean, I theoretically could, couldn't I? It's because it's just replacing individual art assets. I have it and it does remote play. I don't have it personally, but I would love to get it. I'd love to do those. Work better if you had a copy? Yeah! How much is it? Like, is it really expensive? What's up, Jacob? Ah! Hi! DMC, are you gonna see a Hollow Knight skin pack? Alright, I will be making a Hollow Knight skin then. I'll make my own. I'll make my own little knight. That'd be cool. It's $14.99. Let me save up a little bit and see if I can get one. I'm trying to make sure I save a lot of money right now. You just need to find the sprite sheet in the files and then replace with my own drawings. I'm doing that. I'm doing that. God, I'm doing that. I'm making myself a little Hollow Knight outfit. That's gonna be awesome. Also, the character's name is Little Ghost. Yeah! I know, I'm not calling him Hollow Knight. I know his name is Ghost. I'm saying it as a... I'm saying, like for the game Hollow Knight, I will make an outfit. Glad it's on Steam. So am I! Oh, that's right, because they're an agendered creature, aren't they? Ow. Damn it. Nope. 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 Come on. Nope. One more. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not in the Discord, and do not wish to join. Would you like me to send a video link? Sure. Sure. Fire away.
New offering from Awas Chilean.
Awas, thank you for the money.
Thank you for tithing.
Thank you. 5% of the way to the full goal. I appreciate this. We're almost there. We're getting there. We have 95% of the way through to get to the by the end of September, which is solid. And thank you very much. I take it you want me to use that specifically to get the D&D thing, right? Or are you paying me to make a commission thing? La. The D&D thing? Oh, what I was talking about with Rena was talking about. The D&D game.
You spaced out? Oh, no worries then. Easiest way to beat this boss, by the way. Or beat this section. I wouldn't call it a boss. Ow! No! No! Ah! Oh shit, we're 5 hours into stream. I completely lost track of time. What time is... Oh god, it's 11? Oh shit. I guess I'm back to this kind of motion where I can just kind of keep on going for a really long time. Fun. Fun. This is where my brain is back to. Alright, so since that's the thing, I guess we should probably call it, and I should, get ready for a longer stream tomorrow, because I hadn't planned a long stream today. I had planned some other things that I have to do, specifically some work stuff I have to do off of stream. I have to finish AWAS's Food Dogs, which is NSFW work that I have to finish. I won't do well to do that on stream. I can't. Also, lately, when I've been drawing, I've been specifically very zeroed in and quiet on a lot of stuff, so it's hard for me to be entertaining at the moment because I'm sort of drowning under a lot of things. Pretty easy to do. You just have to find the right the key files. Oh yeah, I will absolutely be doing that. And yes, the Food Dogs will be done tonight, which I will have posted for you. Right, not this way. It's midnight when the stream started. It's 5:23 a.m. right now. Oh no! Honey, get some sleep. Babes, get some rest. You deserve. Also, I'm glad that you guys like watching Hollow Knight. I love playing this game. I love Metroidvanias in general. You know, actually, a funny thing, for all my love of Metroidvanias, I've never beaten a vanilla Castlevania, and I've never played a single Metroidvania game. Sorry, I've never beaten a Metroidvania game. I played Metroidvania Fusion, but I never beat it. Ooh, I could do that for a subathon thing. I've been meaning to do a subathon. So, you know, you have a fighting stick I'd recommend. I'd have to look through some things, but I think I could find one for you. I could probably find one. Playing MK1. Who are you playing as? Ah! Oh, that's right. I could just walk in for this one. Because I opened that door. Dang, I'm smart. I'm smart. Oh, oops. Huh. Give. Boulder Shell! I like this thing. Boulder Shell, good. Usually I'd be raiding. Nice. This is good choice. Oh! What I just did there, the dying thing, that was not a good choice.
Or almost dying. I'm not dead yet. Huh, huh. Oh, yeah. That it? That all I have to do here? Really? Huh, I could have sworn I had more to do in this spot. Do I not have the item for this yet? Yeah. The storm has passed? Hell yeah. I don't have the thing for it yet. There we go. Haha! I only have 1,000 geo. Sometimes time is good. I was doing Noob in 11 pretty good before, then I just got Noob in 1. Honestly, I haven't played enough Mortal Kombat considering I bought it, or I own it. I think it might have been a gift from somebody, I'm not sure. I don't remember where... No, I think I bought Mortal Kombat 1 for myself, and then it was in the same week somebody, like, gifted me the fighter pack, I think. Oh. There we go. Something like that. Either way, I need to play it more. Because it's fun. No, no, no. Okay, yeah, I bought myself Mortal Kombat because I wanted to experience it. I played it on stream and stuff with people, for people. We played the story mode and things. And something else. I don't know. Don't worry about it. Have I played Ori and the Blind Forest? I have not. I have heard that I should play that. Like, I've had it recommended to me before. Ah! Right, I can't go this way. Making me want to finish this game. I got really you got really into it, then got stuck. I recommend playing this game on every level. I recommend playing this game. It's a wonderful experience. I am wandering in circles. I stopped wandering in circles. There we go. I can say with everything in me that I have never regretted moments that I've spent playing this game. Got a Steam Deck with for games like this recently. It's awesome. I've wanted a Steam Deck for a while, but they're so expensive. That and I've also wanted VR. VR and a Steam Deck. I've wanted them for a bit. That is not something I expect to be getting. Nope. Not going in there. Right, Path of Thorns, I have to have multiple movement things in order to finish. That's right. Because I can't bounce off of things on it, and I can't, I have to be able to climb for it, too. I can't get that yet, because I've got to make sure I unlock that path. So I can't do Path of Thorns yet. You'd love to see some VR chat stuff? I would love to do VR chat. I just, well, I don't have a VR thing for it. Otherwise, I would. Oh. Oh, shit. Nope. You bought a Quest 2 forever ago and pretty much only use it to play Beat Saber. I mean, fair. That's one of the things I wanted to use it for because I hear Beat Saber is really good cardio, and I love cardio. Ah! Yeah, and I'd love to do VR chat stuff with everybody. I can kind of do it, but I have to do it like on PC, which isn't as fun. Also, if I had a Quest, I would be a thing I can use for more model stuff. Shit. Huh? Because that means I'd have like hand tracking and so on that I can use. I think that I'm a bit tapped on my usefulness in Hollow Knight. That's a sign to jump off for the night. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and call it for the night. I'm going to get to some drawing stuff. I'm feeling it now. I feel like now's a good time for getting into some raid stuff. So we're going to raid. Let me see who's on right now. Give me a second. Oh, the stretch. Oh, the stretch. The body stretch. Oh, my God, I'm stretched. God, I'm so stretchy. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, hell yeah. We're raiding into Surus. Here we go. Be sure to hit me up later. I will. By the way, the Surus is doing a subathon. Today is day 1 of the subathon. And I did the art for Surus's current assets, which is like the background, the little slime plush, the slime drippy frame thingy, and a couple of other things that are on there I drew, which makes me very happy, and I think they came out really well. And they're using them now. So go enjoy hanging out with Surus. I hug you too, I love you all, smooches. Let me get the raid phrase going. So go show some love and support to the wonderful Nekosaurus. Here we go. It begins. The raid is out. Go and raid, do the things. I will see you all tomorrow. Same cast time, same cast channel. I am an immortal, unkillable demi-creature. I am the next Virgin Mary. I am never going to die. I will be in your dreams whether you want me to or not.